Cape's leader, sports radio play-by-play. Go A's! Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod. Chatham A's baseball, sports radio play-by-play. Let's go A's! Wooden bats through the fog, playing under the lights. The stars of tomorrow shine tonight.
Time in 2022, we're live from Veterans Field. Chatham faces YD in Game 44, the last of the Anglers' season. Chatham failed to qualify for the playoffs this year as Orleans took the final spot in the East Division yesterday. Alongside Joe Puccio, I'm Ian Unsworth. Joe, we're missing a little bit on the playoff excitement side of things. This game still matters for YD. We'll tell you why throughout the broadcast. But tonight, here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network, it is Email Frenzy Night.
Yes, it was originally supposed to be just a few days ago, but obviously the rain out pushed things to today. So make sure to email us at chathambroadcast@gmail.com. That's Chatham, BROADCAST, I think I spelled that right, at gmail.com. We want to know what your name is, where you're listening from, who you're listening for, and what made you a Cape League baseball fan. So again, throughout the day, we'll be reading your emails on the air. We're hoping that we receive some nice notes. I don't know if we have any hate mail coming our way, but anything is welcome. chathambroadcast@gmail.com.
We've already got a bunch of emails. We'll get to them in the first inning. But for now, it's time for the last Anglers Extra pregame show of 2022. We'll have a manager's show, as we always do, and this time Joe's talking to Tom Holliday. And I didn't sit down. I stood up with Matt Hogan, who I interviewed in Game 1, and I figured it was right to close out Game 44 talking to Matt Hogan. First pitch scheduled for 7 between YD and Chatham. Currently, host families honored on the third base side of the field. We'll have the manager show up next. Joe, his last chat with Tom Holliday. You'll hear that after the break on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Sports radio, play-by-play. Go A's! Chatham on TRC.
Chatham Bars Inn is Cape Cod's premier four-diamond oceanfront resort. With 217 luxurious rooms, guests have access to numerous amenities, including a private beach, complimentary children's programs, 4 award-winning restaurants, a new world-class spa, an outdoor pool, and tennis courts. Year after year, Chatham Bars Inn is recognized as one of the top resorts in the world. Chatham Bars Inn and Cape Cod Baseball. Summer fun for the whole family.
We're back on the Anglers Extra pregame show for the final time of the 2022 season. It's time for the manager's show. Joe Puccio here with Chatham manager Tom Holliday. Chatham takes on YD today at 7 p.m. Well, Tom, we're here. What will you remember most about this season?
Probably the fact that from the 1 to the 5 hole in our division is separated by, 4 points going into the last game. I mean, you know, and what it's going to remind you of is all the stupid ties that we had early in the year. And it really does make you wonder about what is a tie. But it's made a big difference. I mean, because I don't know, honestly don't know which team in our division is the best. And, you know, when 4 points separates the 1 through 5, like when I get beat, I want to get beat. I want to walk away feeling like I got beat. You know, I don't want to walk away going, damn, we went through 5 hours of preparation. We got a tie? And then now you look at it and you go back and say, well, how many of those ties could we have won? Which we could have won all 9 of them. And so that, I think it's the summer of the tie. I think the league needs to look into that, do something about it. To have 2 teams, you have 2 games tonight to see who wins the league. And this is an extra day, and then we go into the playoffs tomorrow. So we got some adjustments to make, I think, as far as the league goes.
We look back at the numbers. You had 61 total players this season and 95 roster moves. What do you think about that?
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
Those are accurate numbers?
This is Joe Puccio's math and point streak, but that's the numbers we have.
Well, I know that about 10 of those guys we never brought in here, but we had them on our roster, our composite roster coming up here. They never showed up, so I think that's why it sounds like 61. But I think it tells you a lot about what's going on with the draft, where it's at, what are kids really wanting to get out of the summer. And I don't know that, maybe the seasons are so intense that to try to get 8 weeks out of anybody is too much. We probably have to look at that, maybe shrinking it, or at a certain cutoff time have new guys come in. But trying to keep players here, I don't want to say it's an art, but it's a challenge. And, it's like right now, like I said, I don't know who the best team in our division is. I really don't. I mean, somebody beat me up so I can walk away. I think we have the edge on everybody in our division, except me. I don't even know what we are with YD, but I think we have the edge with everybody else. So I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing.
So yesterday, Orleans clinches the final playoff spot. When did you find out that news?
Well, in the 6th inning, Orleans was losing, and we were being shut out again. And I'm sitting there going, what difference does it make? But boy, the minute that Coop hit that home run, it was like, Cookie, what's the score? So he grabbed his phone and he goes, we're in trouble. 6-4 Orleans. Somebody from Orleans that just hit a home run. So, we're never going to put our uniform on and roll over and die for anybody. We worry about the players doing that because most of them, they're walking around talking about going home. But the way our kids finished that game last night, I was really, really proud of them. And Brian Holliday was like, wow, what a statement he made. And, the beauty of summer ball, there's about 3 or 4 occasions where they really get a chance to grow up. They really have a chance to feel some pressure. College players feel pressure all season long. But to try to stay into a playoff run and play, that's pressure. And it's maximized here. And then to win that game last night, our kids really felt good about themselves. And that kind of made it worthwhile. And then we find out that Orleans won. So, I don't know, you feel good, and then you're going, wow. But you know what? We got their best effort. It'd be really cool tonight to get their best effort again. This game means a lot to Brewster. Our guys don't care about that. I just want them to play with some self-pride. Take those 4 at-bats seriously, and we'll all go home tomorrow feeling good about each other.
Which individuals stood out to you this season and made you proud?
Which what?
Individuals made you proud this season.
Well, you always like to see the guys that came and worked on something and got better. I think that's probably the first thing you look at, and then that little story about an Alec Manoa going from a reliever to a starter. That's a really good story, and so I would really think that the way Ben Hampton just jumped out from the minute he got here and said, I'm going to be your guy, because I didn't know for sure what his role was going to be, and then just jump out there and just go crazy, like give me the ball, and he became the leader of the pitching staff, not verbally, not talking crap. He just went out every time he pitched, and he pitched the way that we talk about pitching. He worked quick, he threw strikes, he changed speeds. So Ben became one of our favorite guys. And the other one is probably Garibay, because he came in here and I was thinking, I don't know if he belongs here. He just really had a bad struggle going, and a funny look on his face. And so we finally, I don't know why, but one day he just started smiling, and I said, what are you smiling about? And he kind of looked at me like serious. I said, you got $1 million smile. I said, you got to do it more often. And he hit a home run that night. And I think he led us in home runs, didn't he? So, Guy, from that day on, was a really good player. And, DeLeo got here, and we'd had DeLeo before, but, he and Hogan play the game so hard every day that I had to worry about both of them getting hurt because they play so hard. Those are the things that I'm going to remember. I mean, Brownie came in as a shortstop that I saw all year. I was kind of anxious to see what he's going to be like on less fields than what he played on. He played on a golf course in Stillwater, okay? And he came up here on 10 fields. 2 of them shouldn't even be mentioned. 8 of them are pretty good and played his butt off. And has he made an error yet?
No.
He had made, oh boy, knock on wood. He had made an error all summer. I mean, and then to have some of the scouts around the country that I know pretty well come by and say, what about Brown? Is Brown really that good? And you're sitting there going, look at his numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, all he can do is play. So, you know, those are the highlights of the summer.
One quick and final question before we go here. Is there anything that you learned from this 22 season that you'll take into the 23 season?
Yeah, I'm gonna strongly look at bringing guys age-wise that'll be here. They won't be so distracted by the draft. I kind of like that idea, and I think I misled myself. I had 8 or 10 guys that came up here playing for money. It didn't work. Didn't work. Some of those guys didn't win a game. Some of those guys they didn't better themselves in the draft. So is that my fault? No, but it was my thinking that they would get us off to a good start, and that didn't work. So I'm going to spend a lot more time on guys that are maybe backup players that are going to start the next year that need to get caught up, that want to come here to play. I mean, Brown hasn't stopped playing in 2 years. That's a lot of baseball. And, you know, like Miller Green didn't play at all this year. That's the kind of guy that I'm going to go get. I want to get kids that want to get caught up. I'm not going to worry about getting that All-American that at the end of the season he's worn out and he really doesn't want to go out and play. You know, those are always fun to talk to in September and start dreaming about how good you are. I'm going to get guys who are going to make a statement on the field when they come up here. So, and again, I'm not going to guarantee that I'm going to be up here next year. So I'm just saying, you know, I may help put the team together, but if things don't change in the league, my frustration level's really high, and I think you know why. And
oh yeah.
So it's no secret, you know. When
Tom Holliday, not so pleased with the Cape League, but happy with his players. And he mentioned Ben Hampton. Hampton just won the Most Outstanding Pitcher Award, the Ed Baird Most Outstanding Pitcher Award, as Chatham's team awards were just handed out. The Ed Lions Managers Award, one of them, went to Matt Hogan, who's on Catch of the Day. That's next.
Anglers Extra. Chatham on TRC. Cape Cod.
Year after year, Cape Cod League Baseball and Chatham Bars Inn have been synonymous with summer on Cape Cod. The Inn has offered clam bakes, beachside barbecues, and oceanfront dining since 1914. The Beach House restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn is open daily for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Visit Chatham Bars Inn at chathambarsin.com. Chatham Bars Inn and Cape Cod Baseball. Summer fun for the whole family.
The Anglers Extra pregame show continues from Veterans Field. Before Chatham's last game of the season against YD, it's time for the final Catch of the Day. Ian Unsworth here with Matt Hogan. Matt, I started Catch of the Day with you, and we're going to finish it.
Sounds good to me.
So last year you won the Ed Lions Managers Award for sportsmanship, handing out player awards tonight as well. What do you remember about that ceremony last year?
It was cool. I mean, you know, I feel like that's something that's very nice that they do at the end of the season because, you know, it kind of gives, you know, some recognition where it's due. I mean, for I think it was last year, Adam Tulloch was like our best pitcher. Josh Rivera was our best hitter. And it's stuff like that that you remember, like going on to years later. And, I mean, I got a cool bat at the end of it, so it was really cool. I thought it was awesome.
What does sportsmanship mean to Matt Hogan?
Sportsmanship. I mean, I don't know about sportsmanship on the field, but definitely sportsmanship between me and my teammates is probably my biggest thing. I think of it this way, like I try to be as close to my teammates as I possibly can. When I get on the field, I want to kill the other team. I'm not very much of a sportsman on the field, I'll tell you that much, but in the dugout, I'm trying to support everybody in that dugout as much as I possibly can.
How has this Anglers team grown from game 1 to game 44?
A lot. I mean, you know, you walk in here on day 1 and, you know, we're just doing live ABs and stuff. We're kind of just, you know, measuring the water, seeing how good everybody is, seeing what kind of talent we got and what we're dealing with. It seemed like from the start we had a lot stronger pitching. We struggled hitting at first a lot, and then, you know, when Rusty got here, I mean, I think that's basically was our spark plug. I mean, he kind of he gave us a lot of good pointers and put us in the right direction moving forward.
I also asked you before the first game of the season what you learned last year that you'd taken to this year. So what has Matt Hogan learned in his second season of Cape League Baseball?
Kind of the same thing almost. It's just like you just learn to love the game more. I mean, it's a ragtag field, man. It's fun, it's gritty, and honestly, it just teaches you to love the baseball game and play it hard no matter like where you are. Like you could be on a field like this in Cape Cod, or in the show in the big leagues playing. Like my buddy, actually, he just got traded to the Angels, so he'll probably make it at some point here in the future. But I mean, if you're playing on a big league field or playing on a small field like this one, I mean, it's the same game, and you just got to learn how to play it the right way.
What's next for Matt Hogan?
Man, going back to school again. Going to be probably going to Oral Roberts in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So it's a good spot. I really like that place. Great coaches over there, so I'm really excited to get over there.
Well, Matt, best of luck in your future, and one last game for the Anglers. Hope it all works out well.
Me too.
Let's go back to Joe Puccio for the last Anglers Extra pregame show of the season.
Matt Hogan wants to kill the other team? Oh boy, good thing we're leaving tomorrow, because I don't want to wrong at Matt Hogan whatsoever. A's and Red Sox coming up at 7 p.m.
Anglers Extra. Chatham on TRC. Cape Cod.
As a proud sponsor of the Cape Cod Baseball League, the Mass State Lottery is celebrating the games we love playing. From the baseball diamond to the many lottery games that help support all 351 cities and towns across the Commonwealth. So here's to 50 years of winning and 50 more. Celebrating 20 seasons on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Chatham A's baseball is on the air right now.
Swings and hits one to left center field. Back goes McFadden. He will not get there. It's a home run. A grand slam for Todd Frazier.
Chugging into second base with an RBI double is Evan Longoria. He is 4 for 4.
Hit on the ground, left side. Will it get through? Off Crawford and into center field. Federovic scores and Chatham wins it in 11. The game-winning hit from Seager. It's a 5-4 Chatham winner.
And now, with your play-by-play, Joe Puccio and Ian Unsworth.
Moments away from Game 44, the last contest of the Chatham A's 2022 season. The YD Red Sox on the other side looking for a win tonight to put them in first place in the East Division above the Brewster Whitecaps. Brewster and YD currently tied for first place. Brewster at 19-17-8, YD at 19-16-8. Both teams have 46 points. First pitches going down at Veterans Field. A very sunny day here with rays of light streaming in from above the trees behind the left field scoreboard. Getting into the email frenzy portion of our broadcast already. Remember, if you have anything you want to say, questions, comments, concerns, random facts, or jokes, email us, chathambroadcast@gmail.com. No caps, no spaces, no nothing. chathambroadcast@gmail.com. Joe, what do you got?
Well, we have one from Laura Scharer, and again, apologies if we butcher your names. That is not our intention, but she writes, "To Joe and Ian, my husband and I are listening to you from Marion, Ohio. We visited Cape Cod and Chatham for the first time ever in June and saw our first A's game against Falmouth on June 21st. Oops, sorry about how that one went out. We chose seats on the top row at Veterans Field, and as the game got underway, we realized that we were sitting just below the play-by-play broadcasters. We thoroughly enjoyed your broadcast that evening and haven't missed a game since returning home. Thanks for connecting us to baseball again. Job well done."
Thanks for the note, Laura. It's time for the national anthem at Veterans Field.
Host family and also the coordinators of our national anthem are singing tonight's national anthem. Here they are, Gene and Marilyn Sick with tonight's national anthem. Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars
through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets ran there, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Dean and Marilyn Sink, outstanding job. Thank you.
Dean and Marilyn Sink, coordinators of national anthems all season at Veterans Field, with the last one of the 2022 campaign. Chatham's infield about ready to trot out for their warm-ups. The Anglers in the home white pinstripe uniforms. Cursive Anglers across the front, a red letter on the left hip, royal blue letters square in the back, Navy Cape League camo hats, and royal blue belts. Visiting Whitey Red Sox on the first base side go with the Cape League Red Shirt Friday uniforms. Joe, it is Wednesday, but
hey,
Red Shirt Friday it is for Scott Pickler's crew. The red top with the Digi Camo letters and numbers across the front, Cape Cod in script, white pants, and some of them wearing, aptly, red socks. The Cape League camo hats as well for the visiting YD crew. Speaking of Scott Pickler's lineup, Joe, presented by the Chatham Squire.
Yes, leading off for the Red Sox in left field from Grand Canyon, Homer Bush Jr. Batting second and playing at first base from Cal State Fullerton, Caden Connor. Batting third in right field from Stanford is Brandon Montgomery. In the cleanup spot, Columbia designated hitter Hayden Schott. Batting fifth and playing in center field from San Diego State, Cole Carrick. Batting sixth, the shortstop from UC Irvine, Woody Hayden. Batting seventh and playing at third base from New Mexico State, Gunnar Antillion. Batting eighth at second base, Robbie Burnett from UNC Asheville. And from UMass Lowell, batting in the 9-hole, the catcher, Ryan Proto.
Chatham's lineup starts with Marcus Brown at shortstop. Lyle Miller Green hits second. He's in right field. Cooper Ingle, the DH, hits third, and Will Butcher in the cleanup spot. Both Ingle and Butcher had home runs yesterday against Harwich. Chuck Ingram hits fifth. He's in left field. Caden Grice in center field hitting sixth. Caden Hobson behind the dish hits seventh. Alex Uloa plays second and hits eighth. And Anthony Nunez in the 9 spot. He's at third base. Red Nun Bar and Grill pitching matchup. Matthew Cavanaugh is throwing for YD, the lefty from Nova Southeastern. We'll talk about him more in the bottom of the first, but in the top of the first and currently on the mound right now warming up is Owen Stevenson, a right-handed pitcher from San Francisco. He's transferring to Arizona State for this upcoming year. He started 2 of his 3 games. He's 2-0 with a 1.65 ERA. He struck out 9 through 16 1/3. And his last outing against Falmouth, he was spot on.
Yeah, 7 innings, gave up 3 hits, no runs, 4 strikeouts in a walk. He earned the win in that game.
Stevenson brushes some dirt off the rubber as Homer Bush settles into the right-handed batter's box. Bush taps both sides of the plate. Stevenson works from the windup. Delivers home. Bush slaps the first pitch over Will Butcher at first base and into right field. First pitch swing from Homer Bush at 7:04 p.m. 75 degrees in Chatham. Time and temperature presented by the Chatham Athletic Association.
Tom Holliday said in the manager show today that Marcus Brown has been playing on golf courses this year. That one sort of rolled right over Will Butcher's head. Almost a drive from Homer Bush instead of a hit.
A hard ground ball to the right side. Butcher went down to a knee to field it. And boy, it skipped up. Cole. Caden Connor in the left-handed hitter. The first pitch. This is low and outside. A fastball at 89. Umpires presented by Audio Associates. Joe Labella behind the plate calling balls and strikes. Randy Yandow, the first base umpire, and Mike Rabideau, an outstanding presence at third. 1-0 pitch. Connor bunts it down the third base line. It rolls foul. That's where Caden Hobson gloves it. Chatham's catcher ran halfway down the line towards third base and touched the ball with his glove in foul territory. He flipped it towards the third base dugout. 1-1 count to Caden Connor, who leads YD in games played, 42. A consistent presence in the Red Sox order after playing every game at Cal State Fullerton this year. Joe, we got another email.
Oh, yes, we do. A bevy of emails coming in. Make sure to email us at chathamBroadcast@gmail.com for our email frenzy night.
Stevenson set, delivers the 1-1. Bush takes off, pitch misses low and outside. Bush slides into second, safe. Hobson threw down to second. The throw was wide of the bag, and Homer Bush would have beat it anyway if it was a strike.
This email comes from Robert Hall. He says, Joe, Ian, another great season of great broadcasting. Enjoyed listening all year, whether I was vacationing on Cape Cod or back in Anchorage, where he is now. It's not over, by the way. Here we go. I guess for hate mail, I would say I hate not being in the playoffs. I guess that makes two of us, or three of us. Too many blown leads. He was in Bourne during that 6-2 loss.
2-1 pitch. Connor squares, bunts to the third base side. Stevenson fields, throws to first, and gets Connor by 2 steps. Bush up to third. First out of the top of the first. Stevenson was quickly off the bunt, read the bunt right away, didn't look towards Bush. Instead, took his time, clapped the ball in his glove, and flipped to Butcher.
Robert Hall ends his email by saying, other than that, it's been wonderful listening, and he looks forward to 2023.
Here's the first pitch to Braden Montgomery. Taken outside, ball 1.
Robert, thank you so much for your email, and for those who are just tuning in, it's our email frenzy night, so hit us up at chathamBroadcast@gmail.com.
Stevenson from the windup with Bush on third. 1-0 to the lefty. A fastball at the knees, called strike. Also read that Mr. Hall's a staff sergeant, so Mr. Hall, wherever you are, thank you for your service. 1-1 count, 1 out. Stevenson fires. Montgomery fouls it off of Caden Hobson. It rolls to the right side of foul territory. 1-2 count to the switch hitter from Stanford, playing right field today. Chatham's infield, at least the left side, creeps in. Brown and Nunez close to the grass. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball up and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The book on Owen Stevenson, he'll throw mainly fastballs. I talked to Caden Hobson after his last start, and he said there was a point where Stevenson threw 45 in a row. The 2-2. Montgomery rips it foul towards the home plate house next to the third base dugout.
And it worked in that game. 7 innings of scoreless baseball.
However, that was a Falmouth offense that has really struggled. And YD, on the other hand, third in the Cape League in batting average. Montgomery settles back in. Open stance in the left-handed batter's box. Stevenson winds, steals the 2-2. Montgomery lifts it over the press box behind third base and foul. Entire third base side of the field and concourse covered in shadow. The sun dipping behind trees behind left field. Stevenson, the 2-2. Breaking ball below the knees and the zone. 3-2.
Yeah, that one was just a few inches away from the black there. Hobson held it for as long as he could.
Not going to see Stevenson throw many sliders. He shakes off a sign. Full count, Bush on third. The pitch. Montgomery, broken back ground ball right side. Butcher fields, throws to the plate. It's over Hobson's head to the backstop. Bush scores. Montgomery goes to second. Montgomery hit a ball off his hand, a slow roller to the right side. Butcher fielded it cleanly, came up throwing, but put it at least 5 feet over Caden Hobson's head. The catcher had no chance.
Don't understand that decision. It's top of the first inning. If a run comes home to score, you have 9.5 innings and 27 outs to work with. Just step on the bag and get the sure out.
Montgomery on second with 1 out. Here's Hayden Schott, left-handed hitting, designated hitter. First pitch from Stevenson. Schott lifts it left side. Ingram gives chase, but it hits in the parking lot. Doesn't touch any cars. Joe, let's check out the Chatham defensive alignment presented by Short and Sweet Ice Cream.
From left to right, Chuck Ingram, Caden Grice, and Lyle Miller-Green. Third to first, Anthony Nunez and Marcus Brown on the left side.
Stevenson checks second, deals the 0-1. Called strike at the knees.
On the right side, Rock Riggio at second, Will Butcher at first, Caden Hobson's behind the plate, and Owen Stevenson's on the mound.
YD leads Chatham 1-0. Just the top of the first. 1 out, Montgomery on second. 0-2 pitch. Schott hits it back to the screen. Stevenson's already thrown 16 pitches in the top of the first. All right, he shakes out his jersey and peers towards Hobson. Stevenson set with a black glove at his belt. Montgomery dances off second. Pitch. Slider in the dirt. Counts 1 ball and 2 strikes to Hayden Schott. A 6'3", 210-pound outfielder, designated hitting today. A left-handed hitter. He attends Columbia. 273 hitter. 9 for 33 this year. 1-2 pitch. Fastball inside. Schott juts its hips out of the way, bending backwards and hinging at the hips. It's the first time Chatham's seen Hayden Schott. YD's made a bunch of late roster additions after the draft and heading towards the playoffs. Montgomery leads off second. 2-2. Grounded up the middle. Ulloa tries to backhand, grabs it, throws to first. In time. Hard ground ball up the middle that kicked up on Alex Ulloa. Hit the palm of his backhand stab, popped up towards his letters on the uniform. He snared the ball with his bare hand and leaning towards second, threw to first. Montgomery to third with 2 outs, and Colt Carrig up.
Will Butcher able to keep his foot on the bag, extending as high as he could in order to snag Ulloa's throw.
Chatham defense hasn't exactly been lights out early. The first pitch to Carrig, switch hitter in the lefty box. A called strike at the knees. Carrig squared around half-heartedly. The Anglers infield back and the outfield straight away. Stevenson with 4 nods towards his catcher while Carrig takes his time getting in the box. He adamantly steps in. 0-1 pitch. Fastball up and out. Carrig, one of the best hitters for average in the Cape League. Top 10 almost the whole season. Right now he's hitting .319 through 40 games. 44 base knocks. 1-1 pitch. Carrig flies it to the left side. Ingram gives chase again, but it lands out of play next to the turtle behind the Chatham bullpen. Carrig attends San Diego State. He's from San Diego. He's got the Cali surfer look. Long blonde hair, relaxed attitude. 1-2 pitch. Fastball outside. Hobson gloved it with his knee on the chalk of the right-handed batter's box.
He's got that beach blonde hair coming out of his black helmet.
The tall, lanky kid. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Carrig lost his helmet, waving at a fastball up and in. See the long blonde locks for sure as he slaps his bat against the ground and heads towards the first base dugout. Owen Stevenson allows a run on a hit and a bit of a defensive bungle. Homer Bush led the inning off with a first pitch single. Braden Montgomery hit a ground ball to the right side and Will Butcher skied it to the backstop. 1-0 YD, a run on one hit for the Red Sox. Matt Cavanaugh, the lefty from Nova Southeastern, out to the bump. He'll face Marcus Brown, Lyle Miller Green, Cooper Ingle in the bottom of the first. 1-0 YD.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's! Chatham on TRC.
YD leads Chatham 1-0, bottom of the first at Veterans Field. It's email frenzy night on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Remember, you can get in touch with us by emailing chathambroadcast@gmail.com. That's Chatham Broadcast, no spaces, no uppercase letters, no anything. Just chathambroadcast@gmail.com. Joe, we've got an email from Marcus Brown's mom, and Marcus Brown just so happens to be leading off the bottom of the first. Lori Brown, his mom, says, Joe and Ian, great job to you and the entire media team. You all represented Chatham very well this summer. We were grateful to be able to watch the games when we weren't able to attend in person. Thank you and best of luck in your careers. Lori and Mike Brown and JoJo, Marcus's family.
Well, first of all, thank you to the Brown family, but it's also been grateful to watch Marcus Brown play the game of baseball the way he does. He won the Ed Lyons Coaches Award, he won the most outstanding player, looking at the wrong name in my book here, but he certainly deserves it with that perfect fielding percentage over at short, and he's played in all but one game this season.
Chatham's Iron Man of sorts steps in to the left-handed batter's box. He played through food poisoning this year. He played after arriving to the ballpark during batting practice on day one, the only game he missed because of suspension. Lefty on lefty matchup, Cavanaugh set, he deals. Breaking ball up and in, almost gets Brown on the helmet. Chatham shortstop ducks down to avoid the pitch. 75-mile-an-hour looper from Cavanaugh, a 6'4", 180-pound lefty from Nova Southeastern. College teammates with Carlos Ray. A 4.86 ERA through 7 games. His first start. Pitch. Brown pops it up. Right in front of the press box. It drops in the stands, foul.
Dang.
Someone must have made a nice catch. I couldn't see it.
I thought we had a play on that one at the start.
I always keep my eyes open for those sort of things, but fortunately might have missed it. Brown gets back in, hitting just under 240 this year. 1-1 pitch. Check swing, a ball. Fastball. Oh, whoa, late appeal to third, and Mike Rabideau says Marcus Brown went around. That took about 5 seconds for the appeal to be made. So fastball knee high. Counts 1-2.
Wonder what Tom Holliday would have to say about that.
I heard a lot of it on the manager show. Not extremely pleased with the umpiring this year. Here's the 1-2. Cavanaugh spikes a fastball. 57-footer, 88 miles an hour.
Surely Tom Holliday would love the umpiring in the Cape Cod Baseball League.
Joe, we've got some more emails. Some of them came in on Sunday night. Actually, scratch that, Monday night, which was supposed to be our original email frenzy. Game against YD at Veterans Field was rained out. Cavanaugh fires the 2-2. Brown laces it to the left side. Diving catch. Gunnar Antillion, the third baseman, the only man on the left side of the field, dove to his backhand side and robbed Marcus Brown of a base knock. That's the first out of the bottom of the first.
Woody Hayden's been hearing how good Marcus Brown is all season and said, you know what, I can do it myself. Snags a base hit into his glove.
Antillion moves to his normal third base position as Lyle Miller Green gets in the right-handed batter's box. First pitch from Cavanaugh. Fastball down the middle, strike one. So another email from that Monday game from Jack Creedon, who says, "Hi, fellas. This is Jack listening from Austin, Texas. I was in town this past weekend for the 34th annual BKCS tournament on Shore Road. 0-1 pitch. Below the knees. A changeup that time. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jack says, I'd like to give a shout out to 1998 Chatham A's ball boys Joey Chubbs and Donnie Pappas. They played a big role in keeping the energy alive in that championship dugout. Shout out to them. Also, shout out to Nick and Chris Creedon, BKCS croquet tourney champs this year."
There we go.
1-1 to Miller Green, misses low and outside. 2 balls, 1 strike.
We have another email. We are getting flooded in with the inbox
Keep
now.
flooding them.
It's great.
Keep flooding us, guys.
Someone by the name of Ben Schulman. Have you ever heard of him?
Is he from Canada?
Actually, I'll tell you where he's from.
Kavanaugh set, takes a deep breath on the bump. 2-1 pitch. Fastball up and out. 3 balls, 1 strike to Miller Green with 1 out. In the bottom of the first, YD leads Chatham 1-0.
So Ben Schulman writes, "Hey friends, this is Ben listening from Fort Wayne by way of Chatham, by way of Thornhill, Ontario." I think you missed Syracuse in the middle of there, Ben. Home of NBA champion Andrew Wiggins. He has a question for us.
We'll get that after the 3-1. Kavanaugh delivers. Miller Green ropes a fly ball to deep left center field. Carried back at the track. It's gone! Into the trees. Lyle Miller Green with a solo shot ties the game up at 1 in the bottom of the first. His 3rd home run of the year.
Everything you need to the Chatham Real Estate home run, courtesy of Lyle Miller Green. Now batting for Chatham.
3-1 pitch down the inner half of the plate, and Lyle Miller Green crushed it. That thing was as high as the light towers at Veterans Field. With 1 out, nobody on, here's Cooper Ingle. Lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch, Ingle takes a breaking ball, a called strike on the outside corner.
To the best hitter in the 2021 Chatham A's hits a home run while we're reading an email from the 2021 broadcaster. How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Sure, Ben has some very fond memories of Lyle Miller Green and his 28 RBIs, which led the Cape League. A 1 pitch, another breaking ball, called strike 2. 3 infielders on the right side for YD. Cooper Ingle stepping into the left-handed batter's box.
So the question that Ben writes to us is, what's your favorite thing about Bob Sherman and why? Very good question, I'd say. We'll ponder about that one.
We'll think while Kavanaugh comes set for the 0-2 pitch. He deals. Slider in the dirt. Ingle took it all the way. The count's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
It's got to be Bob Sherman's accent, right?
The Bob Sherman accent is
Massachusetts
fantastic.
twang. I mean,
there's no twang in a Massachusetts accent.
You almost want to ask him, like, what town do the Mariners play in? Just see
Seattle.
Not those ones.
1-2 count. Kavanaugh fires. Ingle flares it up and out. Foul ball.
So my answer is the accent, obviously. Do you have an answer?
I like that Bob Sherman is an encyclopedia.
Yes.
He can tell you anything and everything about the Cape League.
It's been
he also did us a great favor throughout the offseason, taking down college stats of incoming angler players.
Yeah, that was a huge service to us.
1-2 count. Ingle back in the box, waving Rock Riggio's bat. The pitch. Breaking ball inside. 2-2.
So then Ben wraps up his email and says, "You guys rock, by the way, almost as much as Ed Baird." There's no way that's true. "And you've killed it the whole year. I'm incredibly sorry he couldn't come sleep on the floor at Marie's and enjoy gale forces with us, but he will make the trip back soon."
2-2. Ingle ready. 1 out, nobody on. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Ingle down to a knee on that cut with his head towards the right field foul pole. Trying to replicate the 3-run blast he hit last night.
Ben, I don't know how much room we have in our apartment for you.
Not
but
much.
Next year, if you make the trip up, we would certainly love to have you up there. He says, proud to bring you into the Chatham A's alumni circle soon, and he hopes that we had a great summer. Thanks so much, Ben. We definitely had a great summer up here.
With 2 outs and nobody on, here's Will Butcher. Right-handed hitting first baseman. A wide stance in the box. First pitch from Cavanaugh. Breaking ball skips in the dirt. We'll keep going through emails from August 1st, the Monday game, which was rained out. If you have anything to say to us, email us at chathambroadcast@gmail.com. The 1-0 pitch to Butcher. Change up outside. Ball 2. Joseph Mikula, again, very sorry if we butcher any of your last names, says he's listening from Caldwell, New Jersey. Now, he doesn't listen for anyone specific, but he wouldn't miss another grand slam from Anthony Nunez. Nunez 9th in the lineup tonight, so maybe it could be in the cards. 2-0 pitch. Fastball in the left-handed batter's box. Ball 3. I mean, Ben Schulman emails. We get a home run from Lyle Miller Green. What's next? Joe, maybe you can predict something. Maybe Joseph can predict something. He says he's been a Cape League follower since birth. His cousin worked for the A's back in the day. 3-0. Low and outside. Ball 4.
Now batting for Chatham, the left fielder from Wichita State, number 6.
Butcher on base with a 2-out walk. Keeps the inning alive for Chuck Ingram. Joe, we've also got the emails from my family, which I'm going to ask you to read, please.
You want me to read them? These are from your family.
I read them on Monday.
All right, fine.
Ingram settles in. Butcher jab step off first. Cavanaugh deals. Swing and a miss. Oh, Chuck Ingram waved over the top of a breaking ball near his back foot.
Looked like he was at Chatham Municipal Golf Course.
0-1 count. We'll tell the Chuck Ingram golf course story maybe somewhere down the line here.
I'll get to this email from Amy Unsworth after this 0-1 pitch to Chuck Ingram.
Infield shaded to the left side as well as the outfield. Cavanaugh checks the runner twice. Deals. Pitch a called strike on the outside corner. Joe LaBella shows a slow fist motion to call strike 2.
Amy Unsworth writes, "It's been exciting following the ups and downs of the athletes this summer. Congratulations to the broadcast team for their insightful, entertaining, and professional reporting. Finish strong, A's."
0-2 count, 2 outs. So, Matthew Cavanaugh balked. Will Butcher's heading to second. Third base umpire Mike Rabideau is rubbing his right hand against his stomach. It looks like Matthew Cavanaugh was flinching with his glove, and Mike Rabideau ruled that was to deceive the runner. Will Butcher's on second. 0-2 count, 2 outs. Chuck Ingram. The pitch. Bounce to the right side. Connor stabs, fields it, and hustles to the bag himself to get Ingram and end the inning. Well, Mom, thank you for the email. We greatly appreciate it, and I love you very much back in Michigan. We'll keep it here to get some more emails in on Email Frenzy Night on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. YD and Chatham tied up at 1 apiece through 1 frame.
We have an email that was just sent in to us from Gerald Turner. And Gerald says, listening from Bedford, Texas. He's a retired Blue Jay scout and the former high school coach of President Steve West.
Wow,
How
that's a
about that?
deep cut. That is a deep cut.
He says he's enjoyed listening this season, and he also enjoys the music in between innings. Gerald, I could not agree with you more. Ian, do you have a favorite song that we've played in between half innings?
It has to be Only in America.
Oh,
we have a
yes,
sing-along
it does.
every time.
Every time. If we had our mics on in between breaks, Ian and I look back to our entire media team, and we sing Only for America, Only in America, my apologies, word by word.
The other song that really gets me is That's Just the Way It Is. I'll be crooning it while we're cutting the highlights, but then the post-game show happens and we have to get on the air.
Also, that song, it hits a little bit differently when Chatham gives up a walk-off grand slam to lose to Bourne, but I understand where you're getting at there. But Gerald, thank you so much for the email. We appreciate it.
Got another email from Jonathan Liskov, a 2021 baseball ops intern who's listening from Hershey, Pennsylvania. He said he's enjoyed listening to us cover the Anglers this season, but he misses the voices of E-Man and Ben ringing through the speakers of his van. He says, hope the team is well and welcome to the alumni circle. Oh, gosh, Joe.
We have another Unsworth.
We have another Unsworth email, and
Hey.
I believe this is a first-timer, so I will read this one.
Before we get to the Unsworth email, hey, Puccio family, you guys want to wake up or something like that? What's going on here? No shade towards the Unsworth family, of course.
Joe's family's made multiple trips to the Cape, while mine has made one, so I guess it's a trade-off. Dad, I love you as well, and we'll get to your email after the first pitch to Woody Haiti. Stevenson fires. And puts a fastball slightly outside for ball one. Top of the second at Veterans Field, Whitey and Chatham knotted up at 1 apiece. Stevenson, the righty, from the windup. The pitch. Hayden pops it up. Foul. Over the third base side netting. My dad, the always wonderful Adam Unsworth, says, "Hi, Ian and Joe. Hello from Jackson Hole, Wyoming, where he's currently playing gigs with the Jackson Hole Symphony." 1-1 pitch down the middle, called strike 2. My dad is a professor of French horn at the University of Michigan, for any of those who wonder why he's out in Jackson Hole with his instrument. 1-2 to Haiti. A slow tapper to the right side. Butcher down when he fields, flips to Stevenson, who covers the bag and steps on it for the first out. With one down and nobody on, here's Gunnar Antillian, the third baseman, who robbed Marcus Brown in the last half inning with a leaping grab on the third base side. Righty-righty matchup. Antillian settles in, waving a dark red bat over his head. Pitch. Called strike. Fastball belt high. Back to my dad's email, he said, "I love hearing and watching the team and broadcasters develop over the course of the summer. You guys have spent so much time together." 0-1. Antillian rips a grounder past Anthony Nunez into left field. A base hit. Breaking ball on the inside corner. It's ruled an error on Anthony Nunez.
It was eerily similar to a ground ball that we saw in the last home game here in Chatham when the A's took on the Braves. Just a hard-hit ground ball to the left side, and Nunez just didn't get his glove down in the dirt.
There's a two-hopper that skipped past his glove side. First pitch on the outside corner to Robbie Burnett. Left-handed hitting second baseman from UNC Asheville. Antillian on first, no stolen bases this year, but he's got a wide four-step lead. Stevenson picks over. Tag missed by a hair. A half second too late as Antillian dived in full extension. So back to my dad's email, Joe. He says, "Do I have a favorite Joe moment? And do you have a favorite Ian moment?"
What a great question.
Stevenson picks over again. Throw just late. Butcher caught it at his chest, quickly slapped the tag on Antillian's right arm, but the runner got in just in time. Stevenson comes set. Burnett in the lefty box. Another pick over. Late. 3 throws over. Gunnar Antillian calls time, and he's shaking out the front of his jersey. Probably got some dirt in underneath his belt. Stevenson gets the baseball back. Checks the runner, delivers the 1-0. Fastball outside. Hobson pumped up quickly, ready to throw.
Yeah, they're keeping a keen eye over at Antillian over there at first. I wonder if that's just a reaction off of that first throw over that was such a bang-bang play.
Antillian gets his lead. Chatham middle infield, pinch towards second base. 2-0 pitch. Slightly outside with a fastball. 3-0. Joe, do you have a favorite Ian moment?
I'm trying, like, individual moments, it's tough to come up with because we've lived with each other since June 5th.
3-0 pitch. Fastball in the outside corner, called strike 1.
We've been doing these same things for the last 2 months, so there's hardly any times where we're doing something different. But I think my favorite Ian moment is sort of something about Ian. He eats everything on his dinner plate. It's phenomenal.
Pick over from Stevenson. Antillian dives in safe. He hesitated towards second for a second, but got back to the bag. I do eat everything. Joe. I'm a plate cleaner. 3-1 pitch. Grounded up the middle. Ulloa bobbles it, but flips to second for 1 out. Brown's throw to first is not in time. Burnett's safe down the first base line. And Tillian out at second. That's the second out of the inning.
And I think that whole Ian eating everything on his plate culminates to last night. We went out to dinner after the game yesterday. We got, I think it was 3 pizzas, maybe 4, circular pizzas in a box for the most part. And we ate all but about 3 or 4 slices. And I asked Ian for a box.
First pitch, a called strike on the outside corner to catcher Ryan Proto.
So I'm yelling over to Ian. I'm like, Ian, can you just get us a little tin? He goes, I think you said, I don't care. We don't need a box. I'm like, oh, no. I know you care because I know that you'll heat it up late at night or myself. So I think that was a pretty funny moment because it was, I think, the first time we ever got a box together.
0-1. Proto slaps it foul off the netting of the backstop. My grandparents used to call me Hoover in reference to the vacuum. My favorite Joe moments are sparsed not few and far between, but are sparsed in throughout these broadcasts. The little licks of humor, Joe, that you can bring are truly unmatched. The quirks that you have, whether it's your math, your New York accent, or sometimes your word choice, such as off the knob, that just sends everybody into a frenzy. 0-2 pitch. Proto pops it up right side of the infield. Ulloa races in, calls Butcher off, and makes the catch in the infield grass, ending the top of the second. Proto hit it off the end, and it went skyward. Ulloa made the long run in from behind second.
I think the best part about that call was so it was a pitch inside, hit the end of the bat. I said, oh, it's off his knob. And then about 2 seconds later, you just go, the bat that is. It was perfect comedic timing. I was looking over to our media team. We were bent over laughing. So that was definitely a good moment.
Nothing wrong with a little clarification and a little comedy as well. Joe, let's get to break. YD and Chatham tied 1-1 through an inning and a half. Caden Grice, Caden Hobson, and Alex Ulloa due up in the bottom of the second against Matt Cavanaugh. Back to Veterans Field after this on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
T-Mobile is proud to sponsor the Cape Cod Baseball League. The people at T-Mobile are committed to serve those who serve, and that's why they go above and beyond for our active duty military, veterans, and first responders. Visit your neighborhood T-Mobile store or T-Mobile.com to learn more.
I got so down and out in Frisco, tired of the pills and the rain. I picked up headed for the sunshine. I left a good thing behind. Seemed all of our love was in vain. Now my baby's coming in on the Tucson train. I come here looking for a new life, one I wouldn't have to explain to that voice that keeps me awake at night.
Bottom of the second at Veterans Field. Chatham and YD tied up at 1 apiece. Homer Bush scored the first run of the ball game for the Red Sox, coming home on a Braden Montgomery fielder's choice and an error from Will Butcher. Lyle Miller-Green answered with a solo home run in the bottom of the first inning. Caden Grice, Caden Hobson, and Alex Ulloa due up in the bottom of the second against lefty Matthew Cavanaugh. First pitch to Grice, a wave and a miss at a breaking ball low and outside. Grice settles back into the left-handed batter's box. 3 YD infielders on the right side. Cavanaugh from the stretch, no outs, nobody on. 0-1 pitch. Wave and a miss. Back-to-back breaking balls, and Caden Grice down in the count 0-2. It's Email Frenzy Night here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. You can email us anything at chathambroadcast@gmail.com, and chances are we're reading it on the air.
And we have some 2021 Chatham Media Team members chiming in today.
Cavanaugh's 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 3 straight breaking balls low and away to Caden Grice, and he swings at all 3 of them. Second strikeout for Kavanaugh. First out at the bottom of the second.
We heard from Ben Schulman earlier today, and now his fellow broadcaster, Emmanuel Berbari, chimes in. He says, hey guys, one retired Chatham broadcaster adding to the frenzy. Checking in from Greenlaw, New York. Just a ferry ride and a drive from beautiful Veterans Field. Amazing listening to you two all season.
Kavanaugh's first pitch to Hobson. Another spinner, called strike 1.
He says, be proud and enjoy what's left of those summer baseball skies. And it is another gorgeous one here in Veterans Field.
The sun setting behind the trees in left. Sky tinted orange and blue in center. 0-1. Called strike 2. Kavanaugh's come out and thrown 5 straight sliders.
We also have an email from Andrew Crane. How about this? Chatham's beat writer last season. He says he's listening from Tampa, Florida. Great coverage throughout the season. He's not sure if he can top Schulman's email, so let's see how good he does here.
0-2 count, 1 out. The pitch. Up and in. Hobson turns away. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Chatham's catcher.
Andrew Crane writes, Austin Vernon, a former Chatham and current Rays pitcher, had his name mentioned by another reporter in the Tropicana Field press box today. So that must mean he's impressing people in this organization.
3 infielders on the right side for the left-handed hitter. Lefty Kavanaugh delivers. Bounces a slider.
Georgia Tech's baseball coach Danny Hall had mentioned Tom Holliday's name in a phone call just a few weeks ago, and Tampa Bay just drafted former Chatham pitcher Trevor Martin this year. So the A's making their influence over there in Tampa. He has 2 questions for us. The first, which Chatham media team intern has the best curveball? That's a pretty good question.
We haven't seen all of them. That's the first problem. 2-2 pitch. Fastball in the dirt.
Given that I've only seen Ian's, and, well, of course, my own, I would have to say Ian has the best curveball. Mine is still a work in progress. My dad, Rich Puccio, wouldn't let me throw it in Little League. Probably a good idea.
Joe almost throws sidearm. What's the second question?
Second one is, what's your favorite road trip memory from the Cape League this summer? Ooh, the Cape League.
Full count pitch. Whoa, 56-footer. Kavanaugh spikes a slider way in front of home plate. Proto wore it off his chest protector. Base on balls for Caden Hobson. He's on with 1 out.
Did we travel to every game together except 1?
2, maybe.
Maybe 2. But I have a favorite moment locked in, and I don't think you were with me for that one.
Hobson leads off first. Alex Ulloa up. The first pitch skips to Proto. Hobson goes back to the bag.
So this was the last time that we went to Wareham. We go there, everything's good, we call the game, come back.
And then?
Parking the car right outside of the press box here. Just me and our media consultant, Dan Duva.
Oh, yes, I remember this. I did drive separately. 1-0. Slider drops on the inside corner. Strike 1.
So we park the car. I park the car, I should say. We have some cannolis left over. So we bring the equipment up. Dan and I have a cannoli. It was very good. 10 minutes later, my car won't start.
Kavanaugh comes set, peers at Hobson on first. Deals the 1-1. It's a called strike on the outside corner. Another slider. Those are the cannoli that I brought from Mike's Pastries to Wareham after visiting my girlfriend in Boston.
And they were good. So I put the key into the ignition. Just wouldn't, nothing would start up. So we made the decision to leave the car overnight right outside the press box here at Veterans Field.
Kavanaugh picks over to first. Hobson gets back in standing.
Woke up at 7 a.m. the next day, called AAA. I thought I had to get a brand new starter. I was calling my dad. I was like, oh my goodness, how much is this going to cost? All he does is jump the car and says, you need a brand new battery. And so I bring the car just across the street to a repair shop, and now my car's got a brand new battery.
Kavanaugh throws over to first again, and Hobson, once again, ducks back under the glove of Connor, gets in safe. 1-2 count to Ulloa, 1 down in the bottom of the second. Whitey and Chatham tied up at 1 apiece. Kavanaugh, the left-handed pitcher, comes set. Gets the sign from Proto. Delivers. Ulloa pops it to left field. Bush comes in, makes a sliding grab. A soft blooper to left, and Homer Bush jumped on it right away. Sped straight in towards the infield, went on his backside and caught it next to his left shoulder. Hobson back to first, 2 outs for Anthony Nunez.
Homer Bush Jr., such an exciting player, was an all-star this year for YD, and he's starting to make his name into some 2023 MLB draft lists.
Nunez in the right-handed batter's box. He was drafted by the Padres in 2019. Kavanaugh Pierce home, deals. Fastball misses low.
Well, Ian, what's your favorite travel memory?
There have been a lot, Joe. I think the moment that sticks with me is singing Margaritaville after dropping Dan off. It was after one of the last road trips of the year. I can't remember when. 1-0 pitch. Nunez swings and misses.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what game that was, too, but I do remember.
Just full blast. I was sitting in the back seat for some reason.
With a new battery in my car.
And we were wailing away at Margaritaville.
We were wasting away again in Margaritaville.
I think it was after the Orleans game was on the 25th.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been a far trip.
We were in full blast.
Yeah.
Windows open, screaming it.
I mean, what else are you going to do, right? Driving down Chatham? Come on now.
1-1 pitch.
Stepped on a pop-top.
Proto loses it. He knocked it down with his glove. Didn't secure it cleanly. A fastball, Denise called ball 2. And Hobson goes back to first.
It's Margaritaville and Only in America, I think, are the 2 songs that we have belted the most this summer. We've danced to Kill the Lights, I think, more than any other song.
A full-throated chorus of Only in America, guaranteed to come after the bottom of the 6th.
I'm going to get emotional.
2-1 pitch. Nunez late on a fastball. 88-mile-an-hour heater on the outside corner, and Anthony Nunez's swing was tardy. Nunez was 0 for 1 yesterday with a walk. He played 2 years for the Padres out of high school. He was drafted in the 29th round in 2019. Then went back to college. Now plays at UTampa. 2-2, 2 outs. Hobson on first. Kavanaugh checks the runner. The pitch. Called strike 3. Fastball middle away at the top of the zone. Nunez watches it through the zone, and Joe Labello rings him up. Caden Hobson stranded on first with a 1-out walk, but he's stranded there. No runs, no hits. 1-1 between YD and Chatham through 2.
Chatham A's on the air.
Top of the 3rd at Veterans Field, Chatham 1, YD 1. The visiting Red Sox bring up the top of the order. Homer Bush, Caden Connor, and Braden Montgomery against Owen Stevenson. Alongside Joe Puccio, I'm Ian Unsworth. Joe, Chatham's team awards were handed out before today's game.
Yes, and it was a special moment on the field. I think When you see Ed Baird giving out the Ed Baird Outstanding Pitcher Award, it definitely brings back what this whole Chatham experience is like. Let's start with that award. Went to Ben Hampton, starting pitcher for Chatham, the left-handed thrower. He threw the most innings out of anybody this year, 41 2/3 with an ERA of 2.37. He represented Chatham in the All-Star game, and he threw over 120 innings if you add his West Virginia numbers this past spring.
Hampton led the whole Cape League in strikeouts with 48. The first pitch to Bush. Stevenson puts a slider at the knees for strike one.
And Ben Hampton's a very down-to-earth guy, too. It's been a pleasure getting to know him throughout this summer.
Stevenson winds and deals. Bush grounds it to the left side. Nunez fields in front of the grass. Crow hops, throws to first, and retires Bush by a step. First out of the top of the third brings up Caden Connor. Sticking in the pitching department, Brian Holliday won the Zane Carlson Reliever of the Year award. And boy, if there was any questions about who was getting that award, it was secured last night. Brian Holliday went 6 innings, shut down Harwich, 10 strikeouts.
Yes, just gave up 1 hit with no earned runs, and he gave up that hit with 2 strikes and 2 outs in the 9th.
First pitch to Connor. Popped up, left side foul territory. Ingram runs after it, but it bounces out of play.
So Brian Holliday wins that award. He pretty much clinched it with his pitching effort last night, but he pitched 23 2/3 this summer in 13 appearances. We could see him, actually no, we probably won't see him coming out today, but 31 strikeouts to 11 walks, a 2.28 ERA, the right-hander from Florida Southwestern.
Switching over to the hitting side after the 0-1 to Connor, Stevenson deals. Connor flares it over the press box, foul. Guy Garibay and Jake DeLeo were awarded Chatham's Silver Slugger Awards. Garibay led the team in home runs with 5 and RBIs with 19, tied with Rock Riggio in that category. 0-2 count to Connor. Chatham infield back, outfield straight away. The pitch. Slider bounces in the dirt. And DeLeo hit .248 this year. He had 30 hits in 37 games. 5 doubles, 4 home runs, and a triple. 1-2 pitch. Connor spoils a fastball up and in, fouling it over the press box.
And Tom Holliday talked about it today in the manager's show, about how his first impression of Guy Garibay was that he couldn't stick around. He had a tough month of June, and then all of a sudden in July, he just got himself into a rhythm, found himself as the everyday starting left fielder.
1-2 count, 1 out, nobody on. The pitch. Connor flares it left side. It bounces fair and rolls towards the corner into the Chatham bullpen. And Connor pulls into second. The Chatham bullpen down the left field line is out of play. So it's a ground rule double for Caden Connor.
Still a 2B on the scorebook, and that's just the second hit of the game for YD. This brings up Braden Montgomery, the left-handed hitting right fielder from Stanford, and he had that crazy play that got him on to second base back in the first.
Connor had a line drive down the left field line. Too quick for Anthony Nunez, and Chuck Ingram didn't get over there in time. He's on second with 1 out. First pitch to Montgomery. Flied foul in the parking lot past third base. It's Email Frenzy Night on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Make sure to email us at chathambroadcast@gmail.com. All lowercase, no caps or anything fancy like that. Just chathambroadcast@gmail.com. And let us know what you're thinking. We'll probably read it on the air. 0-1 count to Montgomery. The pitch, slider in the dirt. 1-1 to the switch hitter from Stanford, a finalist this year for the John Olerud Two-Way Player Award. Speaking of awards, back to Chatham's team awards. Marcus Brown won the Willard Nichols Most Outstanding Player. A stand-up guy all around, a perfect fielding percentage, and an everyday player for the A's. A 1-1 pitch. Hobson sticks it inside. It's ball 2. Brown hit .234 this year, but played in 42 games. Coming into today, he'll have 43 of 44.
And that leads the team.
Stevenson looks at second, delivers. Montgomery cranks a fly ball to deep right center. Oh, that thing is long gone. Montgomery got a slider on the inner half and barreled it. Halfway up the hill next to Depot Road. Connor scores. Montgomery trots around the bases. It's 3-1 YD in the top of the third.
Lyle Miller-Green had a beat on it over in right field, but then just all of a sudden ran out of room and kept his glove that's in his left hand right by his hip.
Montgomery hit the baseball, took 2 hard steps down the first base line, then slowed to a jog. He knew it off the bat. The first pitch to Hayden Schott, up and out for ball 1. Schott, a left-handed hitter from Columbia. Stevenson from the windup. Lifts the leg, comes home. Fastball lifted over the press box. Foul. Back to the Chatham Team Awards. Marcus Brown winning the most outstanding player. Last but not least, the Ed Lyons Managers Award. After the 1-1. Flared foul. Into the home plate house, perpendicular to Chatham's field. Matt Hogan and Ben Peterson both took home the Ed Lyons Managers Award, which represents hard work and sportsmanship. Hogan played through most of the season with an oblique injury. 1-2 delivery. Called strike 3 on the inside corner. Schott watches a fastball in the inner half and walks back to the first base dugout. Stevenson's second strikeout and the second out of the top of the third.
How about Matt Hogan today saying that he's not really a sportsman on the field? He wants to win every game, so much so he wants to kill the other team.
The first pitch to Carrig. Swing and a miss. Fastball below the knees on the outer half. Carrick's talking to himself, stepping out of the left-handed box. Hogan's very chatty. Ben Peterson, on the other hand, a man of few words, but someone who started pretty rough out of the bullpen. 0-1 pitch. Carrick drills it left side. It's into the parking lot and foul. Peterson started rough out of the bullpen, gave up multiple earned runs in his first 3 appearances, but came back and worked his way to being a consistent relief arm.
With all the pitchers that came here and left this summer.
0-2. Carrick flies it to shallow left. Nunez ranges into foul territory. Brown races over, dives. The ball goes in and out of his glove. Brown on his belly in foul territory. Now up to his knees. Leans back and slowly wipes off his pants, climbs to his feet. Almost a highlight reel grab from Marcus Brown. Instead, just another strike.
He ran all the way from his post at shortstop, slid on the warning track, close to the turtle that we've talked about that's right next to Chatham's bullpen, and now has to run back to his spot. That's how far away he was.
Owen Stevenson gives Chatham shortstop a little extra time to settle back in. 0-2, 2 outs, Carrick in the left-handed batter's box. Righty Stevenson delivers. Fastball up and in. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, nobody on. Stevenson brings the glove to his face, starts the windup. The pitch. Carrick chops it off the plate to the right side, foul. Reminder, it's email frenzy night on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Email us at chatambroadcast@gmail.com. And we'll read it on the air. If you've got any questions, comments, concerns, random facts or jokes, just let us know. 1-2 pitch. Broken bat, ground ball to the right side. Butcher fields. He'll glove flip to Stevenson. Carey gets to the bag and knocks the ball away. Cole Carrig lost his helmet hustling down the first base line, and he made contact with Owen Stevenson. The two met at the bag. Cole Carrig is safe at first base as the ball came out of Stevenson's glove, attempting to catch Butcher's glove flip.
It just seemed like Butcher was ready to flip, then stopped, Stevenson wanted the ball, then put his glove. It was just miscommunication on both sides.
It was a slow roller to the left of first base. Butcher was too far away from the bag to take it himself, but Stevenson a little late on the arrival. First pitch to Hayden, bunted to the third base side. It stops halfway down the baseline. Anthony Nunez was playing behind the bag, and Woody Hayden pushed a beautiful bunt 60 feet to the third base side, 2 inches to the right of the third base line. Carrying up to second, Hayden on first with 2 outs. Back-to-back singles, both in the infield.
It's almost like he added backspin with his hand. Like, that's how good that baseball stopped halfway down the baseline.
With 2 outs and 2 on, Whitey 2 runs already in the inning. Here's third baseman Gunnar Antillian, right-handed hitter. First pitch from Stevenson. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. A floater on the outer half, Antillian swung over the top. In his first at-bat, he hit a hard ground ball to the left side underneath the glove of Anthony Nunez. Stevenson peers in, comes set. Carey leads off second, takes off. Pitch comes in, high and outside, throw down to third, in time. Caden Hobson guns down Cole Carey, attempting to steal third. Nunez arrived at the bag, got a head-high throw and slapped the tag down on Carey's left arm. The double steal from Winey doesn't pay off. Run left stranded as the 2-5 putout ends the inning. Winey does get 2 runs in the frame. A 2-run home run from Braden Montgomery. A no-doubt blast to right center field. Plates Caden Connor as well. It's 3-1 Red Sox through 2.5. Reminder, after the ball game, stick around for the Anglers Extravaganza. The last post-game show of the year will feature a full recap of the Chatham season, along with as many interviews as we can possibly manage.
I'll have an earpiece in, running around Diamond Side, trying to speak to as many players as I can. So it'll be fun with the Anglers Extravaganza. That's new. I got to get that one locked into my brain. I've been saying the Anglers Extra post-game show for 42 games. But Ian, we also have some more emails to get to. The first from Joseph Kavanaugh. He says, I've listened to the broadcasters of all 10 teams this year. You guys are easily the best. And the video of Holliday being the reporter and the reporter being the skipper was highly entertaining. That was just tweeted before today's game. Tom Holliday interviewed me on the manager's show before yesterday's game. We highly suggest that you watch that. He says, great stuff, guys. Y'all should mention the passing of the great Vin Scully. Bright futures for all of you. Sincerely, Joe Kavanaugh. And Vin Scully news came last night when we were out to dinner. And it's actually funny because I think we've been asked this question a lot by our friends, some people that we interact at the ballpark. Who is our favorite broadcaster? There could be so many different answers, but Ian, our answer is the same. It's Vin Scully's #1, and no one's close.
Simply the best. First pitch to Marcus Brown, bounces in the dirt. A slider from Matthew Kavanaugh, spelled with a K, unlike Joseph, who emailed us with a C.
And he says, Joe Kavanaugh says it's spelled correctly, unlike the YD starter.
3 infielders on the right side as Marcus Brown settles in. 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Brown over the top of a fastball at his knees. 1 ball, 1 strike. Just getting started in the bottom of the third. 3-1 YD lead at Veterans Field. When it comes to Vin Scully, Joe, what sticks out to me is the greatest inning of baseball of all time. 1-1 to Brown. A fastball low and away. We both grew up fans of East Coast teams, and we didn't stay up to watch the late games, but we would go hunting on YouTube and find Vin Scully's clips. How can you not? And the greatest inning of baseball ever broadcast. Sandy Koufax perfect game. A 2-1 pitch. Brown swings over the top. And it's all Vin Scully.
Yeah, I think something that I learned from that was Vin Scully had the closest thing to a perfect inning that any broadcaster will ever have. So having a perfect inning or the perfect stretch, it's pretty much impossible, but Vin Scully was as close to, if not the perfect half inning.
Kavanaugh's 2-2. Brown chops it foul to the first base dugout. There's so many little things in that half inning. Koufax faces 3 batters, strikes them all out, and Vin Scully's right on top of it. He describes a different thing between every pitch, whether it's the crowd, the date and time, the dugouts. Everything is described for you, and you can visualize it immediately. 2-2 pitch. Fastball above the letters. Full count to Marcus Brown, who leads off the bottom of the third.
I think my favorite part of that half inning was he mentioned the attendance. He said there's X amount of people and 1 million butterflies. I can't do a Scully impression, so no. I won't even try.
3-2 count. Cavanaugh fires the payoff. Brown rolls over, grounds it foul past the first base dugout. Something very comforting about the way Vin Scully says Chris Cruz. But certainly the greatest, and we'll keep him, and everyone who interacted with him, we all interact with now. That's something that's going to get passed down for generations. 3-2 to Brown. He spoils a fastball up and in. Another ground ball to the first base side.
We have some more emails to get to. Make sure to reach out to us at chathambroadcast@gmail.com. We want to know where you're listening from, who you're listening for, and what made you a Cape League fan. And I have an inkling about why Josh Schaefer became a Cape League fan.
Another payoff to Brown. Another ground ball down the first base line. It's foul. It's 4 straight foul ball ground balls, all towards Travis Spruill, Chatham's first base coach.
One of Chatham's broadcasters in 2018 and 2019 says that he's tuning in from sunny Los Angeles. It's been great getting to know both of you a bit and hearing how much you've grown as broadcasters and journalists throughout this season. You've done a great job telling the story of the 2022 A's.
Cavanaugh comes set. A 3-2 pitch. Outside, ball 4. After 9 pitches, Marcus Brown on base to lead off the bottom of the third. Brings up Lyle Miller Green.
Josh wraps up his email and says, wishing you both the best in your careers and looking forward to chatting with both of you again soon. All the best, Josh. Thanks so much for reaching out, Josh. It means a lot.
We got an email from Richard Puccio entitled Dad.
Oh, man. I wonder whose dad that is.
That's the subject line. Would you like to read that one, Joe?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Miller Green in the righty box. The first pitch. Breaking ball down the middle, called strike 1. Lyle Miller Green hit a solo home run in the bottom of the first. Make it 1-1.
Richard Puccio writes, it's normally not a good thing. He says, congrats to the entire media team for a job well done this summer. You should all be very proud. Can't wait for the Yankees trip, Joe.
Pick over to first. Brown back in standing. No tag.
We are going to Yankee Stadium, I believe, on the 20th and the 21st. August 21st was a day that I had circled because it's Paul O'Neill jersey retirement night, and my dad, he loves Paul O'Neill more than anybody.
A 1 count, the pitch. Skips to Proto, throw to first, it gets past Connor into right field. Brown speeds to second, he'll take the bag standing up. Error on the catcher, Ryan Proto. Got a ball that skipped in the dirt. Cavanaugh buried the pitch in the ground, but Proto made matters worse, throwing from his knees to Caden Connor, who was nowhere close to the bag, and skipping it past the first baseman's right side. The ball trickled into right, Montgomery playing deep, and Marcus Brown took second. 1-1 count, nobody out. Miller Green ready. Cavanaugh looks at the runner. Pick move back to second. Brown just waves at the pitcher.
That's your most outstanding player for you.
Burnett's not close to the bag. Whitey's second baseman. Brown gets a 3-step lead. Cavanaugh fires home. Miller Green taps a foul ball off the catcher. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Lyle Miller Green takes a lap around the edge of the dirt circle surrounding home plate.
Also, thanks for the email, Dad.
Joe is
love you, and I'll see you soon.
Bemoaning the lack of emails from the Puccio family. Finally got one.
Richard Puccio hits me up. Good man.
Got some more emails. Remember, if you want to chime in on the broadcast, email us at chathambroadcast@gmail.com. 1-2 to Miller Green. A slow tapper to the right side. Burnett charges, flips to first. Not in time. Miller Green safe, Brown to third. Miller Green hit a cue shot to the right of the pitcher's mound. Barely got past the rubber. But Cavanaugh in no position to field it. Left it for his second baseman, who couldn't get it and throw it to first in time.
Do you think it was no position to make that play over there? I thought that he started to move towards the left side of the mound. It looked like he was going to make that play. Could have been why Burnett was a little late getting to the baseball to throw it over.
Pitchers usually try to stay away from that stuff. Joe, if you remember, in the first meeting between these two teams, Matt Cavanaugh came in relief and made a throwing error that started a Chatham rally. He went to pick off to first and chucked the ball to the right side fence. Runners on the corners, no outs for Cooper Engel. Lefty on lefty matchup. Middle of the Whitey infield, back to turn 2. Cavanaugh's first offering. Breaking ball drifts to the top left corner of the strike zone. 0-1 count. And a timely email from Ann Williamson, who says the Williamsons are rooting on daughter Nicole's boyfriend, Lyle, from Holden Beach, North Carolina. Well, Lyle just came in with a base hit. He's 2 for 2 today. Ann writes, great job this season to the whole organization. Thanks for keeping us up to date. Thank you, Ann, for your message. And Lyle Miller Green on first. 0-1 misses low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Got another email from Steve Keenan, a Chatham resident. Read it after Cavanaugh's 1-1. The lefty set. Appears at Miller Green. Comes home. Breaking ball inside. Engel turns away. 2 balls, 1 strike to the lefty hitter from Clemson. Steve says, thanks for your effort this summer. Even if it was not, it was great as we hoped. I would hope our effort was good enough, Joe. The team's not making the playoffs, unfortunately.
Yeah.
As former player parents and longtime Chatham residents, thanks for the memories. Steve and Jackie from Duluth, Georgia.
Thanks so much, Steve and Jackie.
2-1 count. Cavanaugh delivers. Breaking ball inside. Engel spins away again. Cavanaugh now over 50 pitches. And Whitey's pitching coach jogs down the right field line to the bullpen. Presumably some action will start rolling along soon. Longest outing of Cavanaugh's season, 4 innings. 3-1 pitch to Engel on the way. In the dirt, ball 4. The base is juiced with nobody out. And Will Butcher coming up.
These are some really good at-bats to start off this bottom of the 3rd inning. You know, Marcus Brown worked himself with a walk, and Lyle Miller Green had the single, but Marcus Brown was already at second base when that happened. And now Cooper Engel, he has been the walks king for Chatham this season. He leads the team now with 30 free passes on the season.
Proto out to the mound to talk with Cavanaugh. The catcher gives his pitcher a tap on the chest and jogs back towards the plate. Joe LaBella points to the first base dugout. The home plate umpire signaling 1 mound visit for YD. At the same time, a righty gets up in the Red Sox bullpen. 3-1 YD, no outs in the bottom of the 3rd. Bases loaded for Chatham. Cleanup hitter Will Butcher up. Waving a black dip bat behind his head in the righty box. Lefty Cavanaugh fires the first pitch. It's in the dirt. Ball 1. It's email frenzy night here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network, but it's time to step away from the computer for a second, Joe, and focus in on this ball game. Chatham's a single away from tying it up.
There's a baseball game going on right now?
The lights are on at Veterans Field, a classic signal for anybody to come check it out. 1-0 pitch. Fastball skips to Proto. 2 balls, no strikes.
Will Butcher, a late addition to the team this season. His first game was on July 22nd against Katuitt, and ever since then, he's gelled right in with this dugout.
Butcher's 4 for 14 through 5 games. Had a solo home run last night and a double on Sunday against Harwich. 2-0 count. Kavanaugh delivers. A strike at the knees. Butcher took the fastball and shook his head towards Randy Whistler, Chatham's third base coach. The Whitey infield has the corners in and the middle infield back. A large gap on the right side. Connor a third of the way in between first base and second. A large gap down the right field line as well as Montgomery, the Whitey right fielder, is shaded towards right center. Homer Bush, the left fielder, towards the baseline. Cole Kerrigan, center, a plus athlete with plenty of speed, but some wide gaps for him to cover. The 2-1 pitch. Butcher bounces it right side. Burnett fields, throws to second, Hayden to first. Double play, a run scores. (4-6-3), a clean turn from second to short to first. Marcus Brown comes in to score on the bouncer. 3-2 Yarmouth-Dennis, 2 outs in the bottom of the third. Lyle Miller-Green on third base and Chuck Ingram up.
That's all you had to do, put the ball in play with bases loaded, no outs.
Whitey's infield retreats with 2 down now. First pitch to Ingram. A slider outside, ball 1. Ingram bounced out to Connor, the first baseman, in his first plate appearance. Kavanaugh comes set, approaching the 60 pitch mark. Here's his 1-0. Fastball called strike 1 at the knees. Ingram took it. He taps a natural grain bat off his white cleats. He twists his hips twice in the righty box and bounces the bat, waving it above his shoulder. Whitey infield shaded to the pull side. 1-1. Ingram cranks it the other way. Montgomery speeds towards the line, makes the catch. A line drive with plenty of tailspin off Chuck Ingram's bat. Braden Montgomery got a solid jump, broke to his left, and caught it at a sprint without breaking stride. YD leads Chatham 3-2 through 3 innings. The first 3 batters of the bottom of the third reached base. Marcus Brown and Cooper Ingle walked. Lyle Miller-Green with a bouncer of a single. Brown scores on Butcher's 4-6-3 double play. So a run on 1 hit and a man left on base for the A's. Red Sox lead 3-2. Joe Puccio takes over for play-by-play on Email Frenzy Night after the break.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's, Chatham on GRC. What I want, you got, and it might be hard to handle, but like a flame that burns a candle, the candle feeds the flame. Yeah, yeah, what I got, full stock of thoughts and dreams to scatter, when you pull them all together, and how I can't explain. Oh yeah, well, you make my dreams come true.
Top of the 4th at Veterans Field. It's YD 3, Chatham 2 here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Gunnar Antillion is the leadoff hitter, 7-8-9 in this Red Sox order, coming up to the plate against Chatham starter Owen Stevenson. He's given up 3 runs on 5 hits. Righty on righty matchup. Stevenson's pitch. Ground ball to the left side. It's foul. No balls and a strike to YD's third baseman, who reached on an error on Anthony Nunez. He hit a ground ball down the third base line, rather, and it just went under his glove. Stevenson's 0-1. Squared around a bunt, and he missed. That's strike 2. Nobody on, nobody out. Stevenson gets the sign. First base side of the rubber. Pitch. Hammer to deep right field. Running back Miller Green. He's by the track. He can't get there. Hops right over his glove. Antillian chugs into second. He's got a stand-up double. Lyle Miller Green wasn't hustling back to that spot. Just a few steps away from the 314 side in right field. Just completely missed the ball. It scored a hit and a leadoff double for Gunnar Antillian.
It's a catch you probably should make. He looked back towards his glove, didn't track the ball all the way in, and the baseball landed a foot behind him.
Runner on second with no outs. In stands the left-handed Robbie Burnett. Reached on a fielder's choice last time out. Stevenson lifts his leg and turns back to second. No throw. It's email frenzy night. Caden Hobson meets out with Owen Stevenson on the mound, so a perfect time to tell you that it's email frenzy night here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Email us at chathambroadcast@gmail.com. We've been reading emails all night, and we're not going to stop. Ian, do we have any more?
Oh, yes. We've got plenty, Joe. First, from Brian Clark, Chatham A's broadcaster in 2008 and 2009. He says, "Hey, guys, great job this season. I really enjoyed hearing you grow throughout the summer. Best of luck as you return to school this fall." Brian, thanks for the note. And, of course, we're glad to continue the tradition of Anglers alums.
Burnett swings at the first pitch. It's popped down the left field line and trails out of play. Ian, you'll be a senior at Syracuse. How does that make you feel?
A little scared.
I'll be a junior, so I have another year under my belt. But
I got to face the music in 8 months, Joe.
I should like that. I don't think I've heard that one before. No balls and a strike to Robbie Burnett, left-handed hitter from UNC Asheville, playing at second base. He's got a runner on second, no outs. The pitch. Lined right to the second baseman, Ulloa. Makes the catch, but he won't throw over to Marcus Brown. Gunnar Antillian was just a few steps off the base, got back in safe. Robbie Burnett lines out to Alex Ulloa at second base. That's the first out. Looked as if Ulloa had the chance to turn two, but Antillian scrambled back to the bag standing. Marcus Brown was just a little bit late.
That ball was smoked off the bat, but right at Ulloa's left hip pocket.
This brings up the 9-hole hitter, number 9, Ryan Proto. First pitch to the catcher. Takes it low and outside for ball 1.
More emails, one from Molly Klein, who says she's watching from Bloomington, Indiana. Her brother Sam is a pitcher for the Red Sox. She asks if we could be any fruit, what would we be?
Ooh.
Got my answer, Joe. Are
Okay.
you ready?
Here's the 1-0. Fly ball to right field. Lyle Miller Green runs back to his left. He makes that catch. Throw comes into Alex Ulloa at second. Gunnar Antillian tags up from second base and gets to third safely. Now there's 2 gone in the frame.
You know what prevents cramping, Joe?
What prevents cramping?
Potassium. So I'd be a banana.
Oh my goodness. Didn't I watch you like hammer a banana at the start of the season? Like you ate it in like 4 bites or something like that? I remember
You watched
this.
me what?
Ian, we spend every waking moment with each other. You think I wouldn't just make something up like that? 2 outs and a runner on. 2 outs and a runner on third. Homer Bush swings the first pitch and grounds it foul right in front of Chatham's dugout. It's neither here nor there. I remember it happened.
Okay, so what's your fruit?
I would say strawberry.
Any reason why? Or you just like strawberries? I like strawberries too.
I love strawberries. They're just juicy, and when you get a right one, you just sort of sit back and you go like, oh, that's a good strawberry. Stevenson's 0-1. Bush squares around a bunt and tips it back into Hobson's chest. He was standing up, might have hit him lower than the chest. And it counts no balls and 2 strikes on Whitey's leadoff hitter.
We got more emails. One from Evan Stockton, another former Chatham broadcaster. Evan writes, "Boys, congrats on one heck of a summer in Chatham. Very proud of both of you for continuing the tradition and carving out your own path in the broadcast booth. Plus, we got another Michigander, that's me, in the Chatham A's broadcast booth, which always makes me happy. See you back in Syracuse in a few weeks. Bento boxes on me," from the Blue Monkey
there we
NSU
go.
tradition.
There we go.
Evan, who is currently calling a game in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Who says he can't multitask?
While we're waiting here in Allentown. Here's the 0-2. Skips in the dirt. That's ball 1. Off-speed pitch. Hobsonated in his chest. A ball and 2 strikes on Homer Bush.
I appreciate the use of the vocal cords, Joe. Nice.
I'm not a good singer, but you bring up Allentown, I have to belt out Billy Joel. Righty on righty matchup. Stevenson from the wide. Here's his 1-2. Heater that's clocked on the right field line. It trails over towards YD's bullpen and goes out of play. Count stays at 1-2.
An email from Kristen Lynch. Great to catch an Anglers game this summer. I was so impressed by the professionalism, work ethic, and talent both on the field and behind the broadcast desk. No doubt some stars were born.
1-2. Punch the other way. Ulloa dives, can't make the catch. Gunnar Antillion comes home to score on an RBI single with 2 outs from Homer Bush. He's now 2 for 3 today and extends YD's lead to 4-2. Valiant attempt from Ulloa over there at second base, right in between the hole of first and second. He's 5'11" over there at second base, and he's stretched out pretty high in the air to try and get that catch, but to no avail.
And his whole body was 3 feet off the ground on that leap. Homer Bush did very well with a fastball low and outside. Reached out with his hands and wristed the ball the other way.
YD has now scored in 3 of the 4 half innings. The Red Sox lead 4-2 here in the top of the 4th. 2 outs and a runner on first. In stands the left-handed Caden Connor. Stevenson's first pitch, a fastball that's popped right over the press box. Diamond side third base line of Veterans Field. No balls and a strike.
And Joe finishing up the email from Kristen Lynch, my girlfriend's mom. She says, congrats to Ian and the team. You guys all killed it. And I appreciate the whole Lynch family. They've been great to me this entire summer. Stayed at their place in Boston a few times. Fantastic, and I love them all.
0-1, a fastball called strike on the inside corner. No balls and 2 strikes. Mike Lynch, also the athletic director at Babson College, so I know Allie Puccio has lots of good graciousness and thanks to give out to the Lynch family. My sister took her 5th year at Babson College to play volleyball, set the all-time kills record with the Beavers. 0-2 pitch, fastball misses high, throw down to second. Brown slaps the tag on, but it's too late. Another stolen base for Homer Bush Jr. Hey man, let me tell the story about my sister. Homer Bush Jr. moves into scoring position. The pitch missed high and outside, so it's a ball and 2 strikes on Caden Connor. Mutual friends, Ian. That's always good. Caden Connor had a sacrifice bunt in the first. It worked out because Homer Bush Jr. scored. Then had a double in his last at-bat. Here's the 1-2. Bush goes to third, but swing and a miss, strike 3. It doesn't matter. Third strikeout of the day for Owen Stevenson, the second one swinging. And that retires the side here in the 4th. But the Red Sox add another run on 2 hits. A double from Gunnar Antillion. He came home to score on a 2-out single from Homer Bush Jr. No errors for Chatham defensively and just 1 runner left on base. YD leads 4-2 over Chatham. Bottom of the 4th coming up next, but we'll stay right here as Email Frenzy Night continues here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Make sure to email Ian and myself at chathambroadcast@gmail.com. Chatham, BROADCAST @gmail.com. We want to know where you're listening from, who you're listening for, and what made you a Cape League fan. I know, Ian, you got a few emails looking at your phone right now.
Yes. Joe, the whole family is chiming in, and I love it so. My grandma, Elizabeth Cheesewall, says, kudos to Ian, Joe, and the whole media team. Due to your insightful, colorful, intelligent, and knowledgeable play-by-play, I have become an avid baseball fan. It's been a crazy, fun season. Thanks, Anglers. And she says that she'll see me soon.
That's great stuff. Thank you for listening.
Got a couple more notes from Joseph Kavanaugh as well. Just some random facts. He asked if we knew that streakers ran across the field in the 2008 All-Star Game, accompanied by a picture.
Oh, no, he has a picture. Oh, no.
There's a picture of the streakers. Yes, we did know that.
Yes.
And Joe Kavanaugh also mentions that YD superfan Brady McNeil is at the game tonight. And yes, we have seen him. He got to ride to Chatham on the YD bus. So shout out to Brady McNeil, who's over by the first base dugout, and Joe Kavanaugh says he's made plenty of Cape Cod baseball fans smile.
Good thing my mom doesn't check ChathamBroadcast@gmail.com. I don't know if she'd like that picture. Bottom of the fourth starts with Caden Grice. First pitch to the lefty. Off-speed pitch that drops in the zone for strike one. YD with 4 runs on 7 hits, 1 error defensively. Chatham with 2s across the board, according to the left center field scoreboard. Grice struck out swinging in his first at-bat. Kavanaugh working from the stretch. Left foot on the third base side of the rubber. His 0-1. Tipped foul. 77 miles an hour on the inner half. Caden Grice down 0-2.
Got some more emails, Joe. PJ Ungerland, just a quick message. Thanks for reading this. Big fan of Keep Baseball. Keep it up. Thanks, PJ.
Thank you, PJ.
Got some more from Betty Brown. She says, we have enjoyed watching the games. We spent a week in Chatham this summer. My husband and I were amazed at how the Chatham residents turned out for the games. We are the grandparents of Marcus and JoJo Brown. You guys do a great job broadcasting. We love your humor.
Well, Betty, we'll tell you this. The entire grandstand behind home plate full. Good luck finding a seat. So thank you for joining us here. Here's a 0-2. A fastball misses low and away, 88 miles an hour. A ball and 2 strikes.
Another one from Lisa Leonard from Overland Park, Kansas. She says, it's been a great season. Can't believe it's coming to an end. I've loved listening to you both. You do a great job and have made it another fun summer. Best wishes to the both of you and all the A's as you head back to school.
Kavanaugh's 1-2. Popped up right side of the infield. The first baseman is in the grass. He makes the catch. Calls off the pitcher for this first out of the inning. Caden Connor ran over. He called off Kavanaugh to make the play. Caden Grice now 0 for 2 today.
One more email, Joe, and they're from your neck of the woods, so you can handle it.
Oh, here we go. From Charisse Krauts. She writes, Joe and Ian watching tonight from East Bern, New York, in the hills of west of Albany. There we go. Upstate New York, much love. 1 out, nobody on. First pitch to Hobson. Off-speed pitch misses upstairs for ball 1. We've enjoyed listening and watching this summer, especially since we're only able to see a couple games in person this year. Great job with the broadcasts. We wish you the best of luck in your future. Chatham A's fans and listeners since 2005, Charisse and Billy Krauts. My dad is a head coach at Albany Academy football, so maybe you have to go out to some games this fall. I'll try and make my way out there as well. Lefty on lefty battle, 1-0. Slider drops in the zone for strike 1. 3 infielders to the right side of second base. That includes the shortstop, Woody Hading, just a few steps away from the second base back. A ball and a strike to Caden Hobson. He walked back in the second inning. Kavanaugh hands at the bell. He kicks, fires. Slider misses low. A check swing from Hobson. Did he go? No, says Mike Rabideau at third base. 2 balls and a strike on Chatham's catcher.
Got another email, this time from the grandpa. I love the Unsworth and Sheeswall families. Showing up to email friends tonight.
Here's 2-1. 2 hops to the first baseman, Connor. He runs over, steps on the bag, and that's the second out.
Also, Miss Krauts, Dan Duva gives a shout-out to your Amish cinnamon bread. Says it's the best he's ever had.
Oh, now I need to try it. Amish cinnamon bread. Okay, I'm already hungry, so I won't think about it anymore.
Well, back to my grandpa's email. Rich Sheeswall says, Ian and Joe as well, congrats on a great job this season. It has been very enjoyable listening to you two grow throughout the year. All the best in college next year. Go Cuse.
Go Cuse. Right-handed Alex Ulloa in the box. He takes the first pitch downstairs for ball 1. You know, we're gearing up for quite the fall here at SU. Does football have it in them this year?
I don't know. I've got a trip to Clemson dialed up, though. I'm very excited for that.
There we go.
Back at the original home of the Orange.
W-A-R. Here's the 1-0. Slider catches the inside corner at the knees. 1-1 on the right-handed Ulloa. He flied out to left field back in the second. Nobody on, 2 outs. YD 4, Chatham 2, bottom of the 4th. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Ulloa drops to his right knee, way out in front of the slider low. A ball and 2 strikes. We got some more questions coming in from Molly Klein. Asked us about our favorite fruit earlier. I can't wait to read this one. Kavanaugh's 1-2. Slider misses outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Molly asks us if we could be any animal, what would you be? What's your favorite part of your job? And what's your favorite color? 3-part question. We'll have to break that down.
Jaguar for the speed.
Wow.
Favorite color is navy blue. What was the third thing again?
Favorite part about our job. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Tipped foul back to the screen.
Favorite part about my job is being a part of sports. Every single day. I could never picture myself working a 9 to 5.
I agree with that. My answers, if I could be an animal, I'd be a dog. Favorite color, royal blue. Favorite part about my job, interacting with people. Kavanaugh takes a deep breath on the mound. 2-2. Strike 3 looking. He got him. Ulloa shakes his head at a changeup outside. Has some words for Joe LaBella and walks back to Chatham's dugout. Final out of the inning. Hey, guess what? That's the first 1-2-3 inning in today's game. Both offenses have been humming, working at bats everywhere. But in this half inning, no runs on no hits, no one left on base. And Kavanaugh gets himself his 4th strikeout of the game. Top of the 5th, up next from Veterans Field, 4-2 YD.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
You get a shiver in the dark, it's raining in the park, but meantime, sound of the river, you stop and you hold everything. A band is blowing Dixie, double fall time. You feel alright when you hear the music ring. Well, now you step inside, but you don't see too many faces. Coming in out of the rain, they hear the jazz go down. Competition in other places.
Away half of the 5th inning here at Veterans Field. It's YD 4, Chatham 2. Owen Stevenson, Chatham starter, still on the mound. He's going to start his 5th inning of work against Braden Montgomery, the right fielder from Stanford, who hit a 2-run home run back in the 3rd. Stevenson's first pitch goes to the backstop. A ball and no strikes. We have a special post-game show today, the Anglers Extravaganza. It's our normal post-game show, but we will try and interview as many people as we can before everyone goes back to home and college. Here's the 1-0. Slider misses outside. Hobson seems startled by that pitch. Dropped to his knees and just had to catch it with his glove. 2 balls and no strikes. Righty on lefty battle to start the 5th. Stevenson's 2-0. Heater, swing and a miss. Montgomery way behind 88 miles an hour. A 2-1 count on Montgomery. Infield, outfield, straight away. 2-1. Heater misses high and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Stevenson working from the windup. The 3-1 pitch. Fastball just misses on the outside corner for ball 4. Braden Montgomery gets on base for the 3rd time today. The 2nd time he wasn't on base for long. He just trotted around the diamond. Runner on first, no outs. Here comes Hayden Schott. Fans, today is email frenzy night. Chatham's pitching coach, Dennis Cook, comes out to the mound to talk to Owen Stevenson, So make sure to email us at chathambroadcast@gmail.com. We want to know where you're listening from, who you're listening for, and what made you a Cape League baseball fan. And now we get a special email from Chris Blake from Missouri. Chatham beat writer 2022.
He's MU student, Chris Blake.
Directly behind us. He goes, listening from the Chatham Anglers press box and listening for the game story. Thanks for doing your job, Chris. He has 2 questions for us. One is, what would your walk-up song be? And number 2, without including players, what would your starting 5 made up of those associated with the Chatham Anglers, i.e., the Chatham Athletic Association and official scores? What would it be?
Starting 5. So am I making a basketball lineup here?
Yes. 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 We got a runner on first and no outs. Hayden shot in the left-handed batter's box. Swings to the first pitch and grounds it foul down the first base line. So I think my walk-up song would probably be, I think I would go Panama, Van Halen. Just, duh, phenomenal song. Starting 5, I think we should just have one team. We should create one team. 0-1 pitch. Popped up to the left side. It trails over Chatham's dugout down the third baseline. No balls and 2 strikes. I think we should make one team. I think at center we have Peter Burns.
Yeah.
Easily.
He's
got
tall
height.
and he's in shape. We see him walking all the time.
He is, he's a good locker room guy too. He'll always crack a joke. So Peter Burns at center. Steve West at the point, you think?
I don't know.
0-2. Fastball misses outside, 1-2. You better be careful with what you say.
I'm playing I'm the shooting guard.
You're putting yourself into this.
Absolutely. I cooked one of our writers, Anish Vasudevan, about 2 weeks ago in one-on-one.
I don't know if this practice allows us to put ourselves in the starting lineup.
I'm putting myself in it.
You clown. Ball and 2 strikes. Stevenson comes set, first base side of the rubber. The pitch. Fastball misses high and away.
Joe, tomorrow we can take a walk to the Chatham Community Center and we can see who's in the starting lineup.
I think I have to go home, I think.
Sounds like a deflection to me.
No. I got all these, people to see. 2-2 pitch. Ground ball left side. It gets past Brown into left field. Montgomery moves to second base. Hayden shot with a single. Now there's runners on first and second with no outs. Slap that pitch the opposite way, right in between the hole of short and third. Dennis Cook lifts his digital camo hat to the bullpen and now walks out to the pitcher's mound and points towards Chatham's bullpen. We'll have a Chatham Bars in call to the bullpen after this. Actually, no, we're going to stay right here. That was reflexive. Dennis Cook brings out Owen Stevenson. That was his final appearance in the Cape League this summer. And a nice round of applause from the Chatham supporters. Owen Stevenson out and P.J. Labriola in for Chatham. Okay, so walk-up song, I said Panama. What's your walk-up song?
Flashing Lights by Kanye West. It was my walk-up song in high school.
That's a good one. I remember, so my dad, he used to coach at Hamilton College, and I went to a D3 baseball game. And the leadoff hitter for the Hamilton Continentals had Circle of Life by the Lion King. I thought it was sick.
It's also rather good. Unique selection.
So our starting 5, to my chagrin, we have Ian Unsworth at the shooting guard, proclaimed by himself. Peter Burns at center. Now you really have to think here.
Ed Baird at the 4.
Oh, Ed Baird is at the 4. Ed Baird can play whatever position he wants, but we'll put him at the 4. Small forward.
What about Stu at point guard? Stu Feiner at point guard, yes.
Yep. Okay, we'll have Stu at the point. Somehow Ian Unsworth at the 2. And then Ed Baird at the 4, Peter Burns at the 5. We don't even need a 3. We're winning games. We are winning games with that lineup. But at 3, maybe Tom Holliday.
Tom Holliday or Rusty Greer, I'd say at the 3.
Rusty's probably your best bet.
I'd say Rusty Greer at the 3.
So that's our starting 5. Thank you, Chris, for your insightful question. I hope the gamer's going well. But it is email frenzy night, so make sure to email us at chathambroadcast@gmail.com. Ian, I'd love to keep reading some emails, but we have to look at some MLB scores presented by Chatham Bars In. What's going on in the show?
Well, the Phillies took down the Braves 3-1 thanks to a big-time 3-run blast from Nick Castellanos in the top of the 8th. The Phils creeping up on second place, held by the Braves in the NL East. The Marlins currently lead the Reds 3-0. J.J. Bleday is up now for Miami. Marlins scored 1 in the 4th and 2 in the 5th. The Pirates trail the Brewers 4-2, bottom of the 4th at PNC Park. The A's and Angels set to duel at 9:38 p.m. One of Matt Hogan's good friends, Logan O'Hoppe, just got dealt to the Angels in a trade with the Phils. Chatham A's West, the Colorado Rockies face the San Diego Padres, who just loaded up with plenty of talent in that Juan Soto deal. Dodgers and Giants, another late start at 9:45. Finals around the league, 3-2 Rays over the Blue Jays, 7-3 Mariners over the Yankees, Cleveland 7, Arizona 4, and Tommy Henry, former Michigan Wolverines first start, Minnesota Twins 4, Detroit Tigers 1, Orioles 6, Rangers 3, Astros 6, White Sox 1, and White Sox 4, Royals 1.
Yanks lost again, huh? Oh well. P.J. Labriola takes the bump with a runners on first and second, and no outs. Labriola spins off the mound. Labriola, a left-handed pitcher who's transferring to NC State in just a few weeks. He takes the mound. Was originally on Chatham's roster to start the year, but then didn't pitch just until a few games ago. Carrick takes a fastball high and away for ball 1. Labriola is making his second appearance of the summer. He pitched in 2 innings his last time out, with just gave up a hit with no earned runs, 2 walks and a strikeout.
And this Chatham bars in, call to the bullpen. Labriola, a heavy slider guy. Throws it over 40% of the time, more than he does his fastball.
1-0. Fisted to the right side, over Ulloa's head into shallow center field. Runners move station to station. Montgomery at third, shot at second. Cole Carrick gets on with a single, so the bases are loaded for P.J. Labriola as he faces his second batter, Woody Haydee. 4 runs on 9 hits for the YD Red Sox. Looking to clinch the #1 seed in the East Division with a point today. Bases loaded, no outs. Labriola from the stretch. First pitch. Fastball misses high and outside at 91. 1-0 to the righty Haydee.
The final line for Owen Stevenson, not so final just yet, but 4 runs on 10 hits, 3 strikeouts, no walks. First 2 runners on base are his responsibility. Montgomery on third, shot on second.
1-0. Drifts out of play over the first base dugout. Counts at 1-1 to Woody Haydee. Continue to keep your emails coming. ChathamBroadcast@gmail.com. We're a little busy right now because there's bases loaded and no outs. For the 1-1 pitch, rather, is tipped out of play. It goes over towards the bathrooms behind home plate of Veterans Field. A ball and 2 strikes. We have an email from a former Chatham broadcaster in 2014 and 2015, Dominic Catronio. We'll get to his message after this 1-2 pitch. Fastball misses high and inside, ball 2. Dominic writes, Ian and Joe, congratulations on year 1 on the elbow of the Cape. I write from Bally Sports Wisconsin studios, enjoying the Brewers and Pirates.
Oh, we just checked in on that game.
Yes.
The Brew Crew doing well. Hey, Dom.
Labriola comes set, the 2-2. Hit down the right field line. It's foul right by YD's bullpen. Dominic Contronio writes, I hope it's been an epic year and you have enjoyed it to no end. While the lobster bisque may stop flowing, the memories will last a lifetime. Enjoy these last few hours of innocent baseball. The real world can wait. Keep on swinging, Don. Boy, that lobster bisque over at the Squire. Oof.
Top notch.
Find that recipe. My life would be great. 2-2, line back to the screen. Haydee stays alive at that slider that Ian mentioned, 84 miles an hour. The count's still 2-2. Got an email from Carlo Jimenez, one of YD's broadcasters.
I told him it was happening, but this is rather...
Must be a slow broadcast going on to our right over there. Carlo writes, if you had to take 2 Chatham players with you on a deserted island, who would you take? Let me ponder that one, as the bases are loaded with no outs in the top of the 5th. 2-2. Fastball, strike 3 looking. Hayden started his movements way too late. He didn't even move his hands towards the pitch. Labriola dials up the fastball. First out of the inning, but the bases are still loaded. This brings up Gunnar Antillian, who had a double to start the 4th inning, and he scored on Homer Bush's single. Lefty on righty matchup. Labriola from the stretch. Hands at the chest, the pitch. A fastball, misses outside, ball 1. Labriola's throwing that fastball a lot.
It works well for right-handed hitters because Labriola, a lefty, has arm side run, meaning it moves away from righties, whereas the slider would break towards the righty.
1-0. Tipped back into Hobson's glove. That's strike 1. Do you have an answer for our friend Carlo about 2 Chatham players you take on a deserted island?
2 Chatham players I'd take on a deserted island.
I know my answer. Marcus Brown, Matt Hogan. Labriola's 1-1. Squared around a bunt and just tipped it back to the screen. Antillian could not bunt the slider in play, and he's down 1-2 in the count.
That's cool, Joe, but do you know if Matt Hogan knows anything about the wilderness? I need players that would help me survive. Chuck Ingram, I think, could wrestle a bear and maybe win.
Point.
So I'm taking Chuck Ingram with me.
Good point. Labriola, the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Labriola breaks out the slider. Antillian swings right over it and immediately storms back to YD's dugout. 2 gone in the inning. The bases are still juiced, but the A's haven't given up a run yet. Chuck Ingram's a good answer. You know what? I would bring Will Butcher. I think I have to sub one of them out. I don't know who I would sub out, and I'm not going to answer that question. But Will Butcher, I think, is making the list. First pitch to the lefty Burnett. Called strike in the outside corner. 0-1. This is where the slider could come in handy for P.J. Labriola. Burnett reached on a fielder's choice in the 2nd and lined out to the 2nd baseman in the 4th. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Labriola's 0-1. Swing and a miss. Another slider. That one downstairs and in. No balls and 2 strikes. YD 4, Chatham 2. Top 5 at Veterans Field. Montgomery's at 3rd, shot at 2nd, Carrig at 1st. Labriola with his glove to his chest. Comes set. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He got him. Labriola comes in, gives up a single to load the bases, and then strikes out the side. Labriola gets rather high fives from his teammates outside of the dugout. Chatham comes away unscathed. No runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 3 men left on base. We're halfway there on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. It's 4-2 YD.
The Cape's leader, sports radio, play-by-play. Go A's! Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod. Oh, halfway there. Oh, give me all a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Oh, give me all a prayer. Time has got his 6 string high.
We're halfway there at Veterans Field. YD 4, Chatham 2, bottom of the 5th inning. To start off this frame, we have a Chatham Barzin call to the bullpen. In comes the right-handed pitcher from Boston, pitching in his first game of the summer. Game 44, how about that? Righty from Northeastern, wrapped up his sophomore season, Jake Gigliotti. He stands 6'1", 190 pounds. Gigliotti comes in for Matt Cavanaugh, who pitched very well in this game. He gave up 2 runs on 2 hits. He struck out 4 and also walked 4 in 4 innings of work. So how about that? All divisible numbers. They go from a lefty who only worked out of the stretch to a righty who's currently doing his warm-up pitches out of the stretch. Fans, it's email frenzy night, game 44 of the season. So make sure to email us at chathambroadcast@gmail.com. Again, chathambroadcast@gmail.com. We want to know where you're listening from, who you're listening for, and what made you a Cape League fan. chathambroadcast@gmail.com. Ian, do we have any emails?
Oh, we have a lot. See, we're getting jammed up with these innings. There are guys getting on base. We got to focus on the game, and we're putting these emails to the side. All right. From Therese Gibney, we love watching and listening to your broadcast from Idaho. Our nephew Caden Hobson is catching, and we are so proud of him. Therese and Greg, thank you for tuning in.
First batter in this half inning. 2 batters after Caden Hobson. It's Anthony Nunez, the third baseman. Switch hitter, hitting from the left side against the righty Gigliotti. The first pitch. Foul ball, and hits off of Ryan Proto's glove. It's no balls and a strike to Anthony Nunez. Chatham's third baseman from Tampa. He struck out looking in the 2nd inning. Infield, outfield, straight away. 0-1. Ground ball to third. Antillion from the baseline fires over to first and gets Nunez out. 5-3 put out to start the bottom of the 5th. The order flips for Marcus Brown.
Going to keep it going with these emails, Joe. Tiffany Gerlone says, you guys are awesome. Love the broadcast. Please wish Leo a happy 11th birthday. He's listening in East End tonight.
Happy birthday, Leo.
Happy birthday, Leo. Keeping the family connections going, our cousin Peter Burns is the PA announcer live in the background at the field. Peter Burns wants to know if Leo has official Chatham Anglers batting gloves. We're just the messengers here.
Brown gets hit by the first pitch. He flings his bat all the way to the dugout. Watch out, Tom. The bat lands just a few feet away from Chatham's manager. Marcus Brown got hit in his right leg, his leading foot. He gets on first base. It's Chatham's first base runner since Cooper Ingle back in the 3rd inning.
That bat flew at least 15 yards in the air. Helicopter. Still sorting through these emails. One from Robert Mendel, who says he's watching from Los Angeles. Well, he's from Los Angeles, watching in Dennis.
First pitch to Lyle Miller Green. Takes it low and away. Blocked by Prado in the left-handed batter's box. It's a ball and no strikes on Miller Green.
He says it's his 2nd season on the Cape. He's a new retiree. Congratulations. He used to vacation as a kid. He listens to us as well as several other announcer teams, and he has dueling loyalties for multiple of his favorite teams.
Righty on righty battle, 1-0. Misses low and away, 2-0.
Mr. Mendel writes, all the play-by-play announcers deserve praise for their rich additions to every game. Obviously a team effort with so many stats, interviews, trivia, and wry observations. So impressive to be able to bring so much to the CCBL. Best of luck in your educations and careers. Thank you so much, Mr. Mendel. And yes, it is a team effort. We couldn't do it without the majority of our media team members. Joe and myself, our media team assistant Jake Klein, our overseer Dan Duva, and the writers as well, Chris Blake and Anish Vasudevan, all add so much to what we were able to bring on the air.
Don't forget our visual team as well. Maggie Minoni and Griffin Hout, our videographers, and Maddie Canning, our photographer. 3-0 count to Lyle Miller Green. Here's the pitch. This is outside for ball 4. A 4-pitch walk to Lyle Miller Green. 2 for 2 with a home run, a single, and now a walk. Runners on first and second with 1 out.
Number 37, Cooper Engel.
An email from Bob Barrett about the Holiday pregame. Joe, you're whipping up a frenzy here.
Oh, boy.
With Tom Holliday's interview of you. Bob writes, guys, greetings from Harwich. I bought a home here last year and enjoying my second season of cheering on the Mariners. I'm watching tonight because, as you know, your game will determine our playoff opponent. I even caught your pregame with Coach Holliday and loved his insight on ties, keeping kids on the Cape, and his anecdotes about Garibay, Brown, and others.
First pitch to Cooper Engel. He chops him foul right in front of Whitey's dugout, 0-1.
In describing Brown's air-free season, he suggested, Tom Holliday that is, that 2 of 10 Cape playing fields were not on par with the others. Which 2 was Tom mentioning?
Oh, boy.
And which fields do you enjoy visiting, watching, and working at the most?
Well, you'll have to ask Tom what those 2 fields are. But we can answer that. We can answer that second one.
Bob says thank you, and he says he was a good glove, no-hit infielder who played 2 years in college.
Gigliotti's 0-1, grounded to the right side, base hit into right field. Marcus Brown gets the wave home. The throw comes into third. No, Brown slips. He goes to third. It's an overthrow. The ball stays in play. Marcus Brown has his hands on his knees over at third. No run comes in to score. Chatham's base runners go station to station. Marcus Brown has his head down, standing over at third base. He had a charge around third. Once he hit the bag, he then slipped, trying to go home. It would have been a surefire run scored and an RBI for Cooper Engel. But now, the trainer, third base coach Randy Whistler, and manager Tom Holliday are out with Chatham's everyday shortstop.
Braden Montgomery had just gotten to the baseball when Brown slipped. If Montgomery was to come up throwing, it would have been late to the plate. And after he saw Brown fall to the ground, Montgomery fired a, I don't even know what to call that, a rocket to third, because it just kept on going up. We've seen Braden Montgomery have trouble in right field in multiple games now, and dang, if Brown wasn't shaken up on the slip, he could have come home.
And had that throw been just a few feet to the left, it would have brought home Marcus Brown because the ball went out of play. So now there's runners everywhere. Bases loaded, and a pinch hitter for Will Butcher. Guy Garibay, left-handed hitter, stands in. He comes in for Will Butcher. Will Butcher walked back in the first and grounded into a double play that brought home Marcus Brown in the third. Garibay, one of 2 Silver Slugger Award winners for Chatham this season. He shared the award with Jake DeLeo. Righty on lefty battle. Gigliotti's first pitch. Slider, that's a called strike. 0-1. Guy Garibay is now playing in his 40th game of the season. A .219 hitter, a Texas native. 5 home runs, 19 RBIs. Garibay calls time in the left-handed batter's box.
Joe, quick email from Vic Roberts, the official scorer here.
Wait. Yeah, you go to that one. Yeah, you go to that one.
What's more exciting to watch, a strikeout, walk, or crab walking on Harding's Beach? I'll go with P.J. Labriola's strikeout in the last half inning.
No, crab walking is kind of fun. Bases loaded, 1 out. Gigliotti looks towards second. His 0-1. Tipped foul, it hit off of Garibay's knee. Shakes it out and walks outside the left-handed batter's box, but he's down 0-2. We never answered Bob Barrett's question about
the fields in question were Hyannis and Wareham. I'm not coming back, Joe, so
No. Which fields do you most enjoy for visiting, watching, and working?
Visiting, watching, and working. Lowell Park is fantastic. I love the brick ground and the facade and the environment in Katuitt. It's very homey.
I like Falmouth's field too, Gov Fuller Field. Gigliotti comes set, 0-2. Slider misses low and inside. A ball and 2 strikes to Garibay. Brown's at third, Miller Green at second, and Engel at first. Chatham trails 4-2, bottom of the 5th. Gigliotti came in relief for Matt Cavanaugh, and he's in a little bit of trouble. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Righty on lefty matchup. Gigliotti still hasn't come set, so Garibay calls time in the box. Gigliotti is still standing on the rubber, and now he walks off to wipe some sweat off his brows. The left center field scoreboard reads Chatham with 2 runs on 3 hits. Gigliotti looks back towards second. The 1-2 misses low. Skips into Proto's glove. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Continue to email us at chathambroadcast@gmail.com. It's email frenzy night. Throughout this broadcast, we'll read your emails. And then after the game, we have the Anglers Extravaganza. Try and interview as many people as we can before everyone leaves for school and home. 2-2 pitch. Hard ground ball right side. First baseman, he throws home. Proto can't scoop it. Run comes in to score. The ball is in Chatham's dugout. Time is called. Miller Green crosses home plate. Tom Holliday, he's showing the home run sign.
He's telling every player to take an extra base. He's holding up a 2 to the umpire and pointing to his players to advance 1 more base.
That brings home 2 runs, and the game is tied at 4.
Now batting for the Anglers.
Another wonky throw home from first base.
So Garibay gets on with a throwing error at first. Brown and Miller Green come home to score. Cooper Engel is at third base. Tom Holliday is out of the dugout to third base umpire Mike Rabideau. So Chatham ties the game on 1 hit. 2 runners in scoring position with just 1 out. In stands Chuck Ingram, 0 for 2 today. Right-handed hitter. First pitch. Takes a slider outside. A ball and no strikes.
So, Joe, the official scoring on that is Garibay reaches on a fielder's choice, and both runners score on E3.
Second error for YD. Now both teams with 2 errors in the field. Gigliotti comes set, the 1-0. Hard ground ball to the left side. Few hops to the shortstop. Fires over to first. He gets Ingram, but Engel comes home to score, and Chatham gets a 5-4 lead. Guy Garibay gives a few claps to Chuck Ingram as he runs back to Chatham's dugout. A 3 spot in the bottom of the 5th, and the inning's still alive. 2 down and a runner at second.
Tom Holliday said Chatham was not going to throw this game in. A's were leaving it all out there, and Chatham's now on the comeback trail multiple times today.
The left-handed hitting Caden Grice. He's got a runner on second and 2 outs. Gigliotti's pitch. Grounded foul towards YD's dugout. No balls and a strike.
And this game does have some real meaning for YD. Right now, Brewster and YD both locked at the top of the East Division with 46 points. YD a half game back. So, if the Red Sox win tonight, they clinch sole possession of first place and the top seed in the East Division. Harwich and Orleans fans have also tuned in waiting to see who they will play in tomorrow's first game of the playoffs.
Throw over to second, a rocket. Garibay ducks out of the way and has a big smile on his face. No tag on the base runner, and the Chatham dugout with a chorus of boos. Count still 0-1 to Grice. He's 0 for 2 today. A strikeout swinging and a pop-out to the first baseman. Runner on second, 2 outs. Chatham with a 5-4 lead, bottom 5. Gigliotti, 2, looks towards second. The righty goes home. Skips low and goes to the backstop. Oh no, time is called. It hit Grice. It sounded like it hit off of Prado's glove and went to the backstop, but it actually hit Caden Grice. Guy Garibay was hustling into third, and he has to go back to second.
Probably got shoot. Pitch was low out of the hand. I think it clipped Grice on the front foot. Joe, more emails. We're back to it. Thomas Inferno emails us saying, greetings from Scarsdale, New York.
Oh, yeah.
Is that near your neck of the woods?
It isn't, but one of my roommates in college goes to Scarsdale, or lives in Scarsdale. First pitch to Hobson. The lefty takes a pitch outside, ball 1.
Mr. Inferno writes, he was in Chatham with family for 2 games last week. As a Mets fan, it's refreshing to hear dogs barking on the broadcast rather than drunks screaming. And he says we do a great job.
Sometimes you'll hear Tom Holliday screaming. That's the most we have. Ball and no strikes to Hobson. Righty on lefty matchup. Here's the pitch. Off speed, taken outside. Ball 2.
Another note from Dan Kramer, who writes, and he's been following the A's for years from Victorville, California, and he hopes to one day make it to see a game live in the Cape. Until then, he never misses a home game on YouTube. He says that we do an amazing job, very descriptive and easy to listen to. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kramer.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
We appreciate
Kramer.
it.
Hope we can paint the picture well for you here. There's runners on first and second with 2 outs. Time is called before the pitch. Gialotti, he's taking his time on the mound. Now is communicating with Ryan Proto over on the mound. Gives us more time to look at some emails. How about that, Ian?
You got one, Joe?
Yes, we have one from Stephen DeLeo. I wonder who he's watching for. He writes, Joe and Ian, wanted to take the time to congratulate you guys on a great season of broadcasting. Chatham's media team is second to none in the Cape League. You two are so good that on away games, I have perfected, lining up your radio broadcast to the other team's video stream. How ironic is that I couldn't pronounce perfected. We'll get to the rest of this after this pitch. Here's a 2-0. Fastball called strike on the bottom part of the zone, 2-1. Stephen DeLeo writes, a much more enjoyable experience. Excited to see what the future holds for the two of you. And Joe, I think John Sterling is retiring soon, so make sure your resume is up to date. Stephen, thank you so much. The Yankees radio job, man. That would certainly be something. Stephen DeLeo from Easton, Connecticut, thank you so much.
Jake's smile lights up a room, that's for sure.
2-1 pitch is grounded to the second baseman, who was playing in shallow right field. He throws over to first.
A little high.
Yeah, that was a high throw, but it still ends the inning. But what a half inning it was for Chatham. 3 runs on just a lone hit, and they leave 2 runners on base. If you look out to the left center field scoreboard, YD has 4 runs on 9 hits. Chatham has 5 runs on 3. That's baseball, Susan. Top of the 6th comes up next. Chatham leads 5-4, but we'll stay right here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Man, we just have 4 more innings of baseball left in this season. I don't want to think about it like that.
That's so many emails.
Lots of emails. Oh, we have one from Maggie Manoni, Chatham's videographer. All right, here we go. Maggie writes, what's up, my slimes? It's Maggie Manoni watching from the comfort of my sister's living room couch. Please tell Chris Blake that I say hello and that I miss him. And let's go Chat Dogs. Maggie Manoni with some grave insight.
One from...
We'll make sure that Chris knows that information, by the way. Thanks, Maggie.
One email from Judy Dealey, Rock Riggio, the grandparents of Rock Riggio, listening to their first season of Cape League games. They say they've appreciated listening to the broadcast. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you for Rock. He's a genuinely amazing human being, someone who's ecstatic to be at the ballpark every single day, and a character.
And Rock is somebody, too, that you want to talk to him for a post-game interview. He'll give you a hard time. He'll be like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. And you'll be like, oh, come on, Rock. You got this. And then once Rock gets on the air, he is a content machine. Please continue to send us emails at chathambroadcast@gmail.com. It's the top of the 6th inning. P.J. Labriola finishing up his warm-up pitches. He pitched 1 full inning, came in relief for Owen Stevenson. So in the top of the 5th inning, Chatham starter Owen Stevenson, he walked the first batter, then gave up a single. They then switch pitchers. P.J. Labriola gives up a single to Cole Carrick, and then 3 strikeouts to end the frame. YD held scoreless, and that helped out Chatham, because the A's scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 5th and now have a 5-4 lead. Pinch hitter for YD. Fernando Gonzalez, the pinch hitter for Ryan Proto. Both of them are catchers, so you can imagine that Gonzalez is staying in this game. A lefty on righty matchup. Labriola's first pitch. A fastball misses high, ball 1. Labriola's working out of the stretch. Infield, outfield, straight away. The wind swirling in center field. The 1-0. Chop to the right side. A few hops to Ulloa over at second. He throws over to first and sets down Gonzalez. First out of the inning.
The left fielder, number 18, Homer Bush Jr.
Brings up Homer Bush Jr. The order flips with 1 out and nobody on.
Joe, a quick check of Cape League scores presented by Sweet Tomatoes Pizza. Only one other makeup game on Cape Cod today. Bourne and Catuit, the Braves won 9-0, securing the top spot in the West Division.
Yikes. Lefty on righty battle. First pitch to Homer Bush. A strike on the inside corner. 90-mile-an-hour fastball. That's not close. So now Bourne, number 1 in the West, takes on Falmouth in the first round of the playoffs. 0-1. Misses low and inside. Ball 1. I think we were talking about it a week ago, a few games ago, with the division matchup that we were most excited for. I think West Division 2 versus 3 was always the one that we were thinking of. And now that's Catuit against Hyannis. 1-1 to Bush. Swing and a miss. Late on a fastball outside. It's now 1-2.
Two very differing styles. Hyannis will small ball you to death with bunts, stolen bases, bloop singles, and Catuit has guys that smack the ball around the ballpark.
Labriola comes set, 1-2. A bouncer right back to Labriola. Takes 2 hops in front of the mound. Lefty throws it over to first and gets Bush Jr. out. 2 gone in the frame. We have another email. I mean, we thank you so much for hitting us up. This is awesome. It's from Anish Vasudevan, Chatham's writer in 2022. He had to leave us today, unfortunately. But Anish writes, "Hello, guys. Long time no see. Currently listening in from the runway at San Francisco International Airport. Just wanted to know if you guys had any fun airplane stories or have a favorite movie you've watched on a plane. Also, tell Chris Blake I miss him." Chris Blake exasperated in the back of Chatham's press box. The first pitch to Caden Connor is a strike on the inside corner. 0-1. Fun airplane stories. Well, I've had to reschedule a lot of flights. Flights at 4 a.m. Here's the 0-1. Slider misses outside, ball 1. Ian, I know you've heard my Notre Dame story a million times at this point.
You and I both have Notre Dame stories. They were both bad.
Pretty much. I was at Notre Dame for the ACC Women's Lacrosse Tournament. We expected to be there for multiple days because Syracuse Women's Lacrosse, pretty good team. 1-1, line right back to the screen. That was inches away from getting over the protective netting and possibly coming home with me. Ball and 2 strikes. We expected Syracuse to win, stay for the weekend. Well, they lost in the first game, so I had to reschedule our flights, make sure we got back in time for finals week. Hindsight, probably just should have stayed in Notre Dame. But anyways, our flight gets canceled that night. And then we have a new flight at 4 a.m. Labriola's 1-2. Fastball misses high. It's now 2-2. And so I hopped on a flight at 4 a.m. from South Bend to Chicago, and then Chicago to Syracuse. Got back to the 315 at around 1:30, and then played in a kickball game between the radio and TV stations. 2-2. Just misses outside. Off-speed pitch inches away from the black, and Labriola started to walk off the mound as if it was strike 3. The count now full. Nobody on, 2 outs. Chatham 5, YD 4, top 6. Anish, thank you for writing in, by the way. We miss you. Thank you for all the good work you did this season. Full count offering. Misses low and away, ball 4. Labriola can't get the 1-2-3 inning. He puts Caden Connor at first with 2 gone.
Gives us time to read another email from Harwich broadcaster Devin Dobik. Devin, thanks for writing in. He says, "Gentlemen, it has been a pleasure to work alongside you this season. You bring an incredible work ethic to the field each and every day. Bright futures ahead. Hope to keep in touch." Devin, thanks for writing, and we enjoyed working with you guys as well. Best of luck to Harwich in the playoffs.
Yes. The first pitch misses high. Ball 1. Pinch hitter into the game for YD, a right-handed hitter, in for Braden Montgomery. A ball and no strikes. The pitch. Line to the left side. Brown dives, makes the stop. Guns over to first. He got him! That is your most outstanding player. Marcus Brown keeps his perfect fielding percentage by snagging a hard-hit ground ball to his right. A sliding stop. Threw it over to first and got the final out. Boy, has he been fun to watch this summer. No runs on no hits, no errors, and one man left on base. Bottom of the 6th coming up next on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Chatham 5, YD 4 at Veterans Field.
Chatham A's on the air.
Home half of the 6th inning at Veterans Field. It's Chatham 5, YD 4. We have a Chatham Bars in call to the bullpen for the Sox. A right-handed pitcher comes in for Gigliotti, who didn't really have a solid inning out of the bullpen. He gave up 3 runs on a hit and left 2 runners on base. Number 14, Dominic Freeberger, comes into the game. He's pitched in 4 games this season, but he's a two-way player. Freeberger, a right-handed outfielder, infielder, and pitcher from Baltimore. Stands 6 feet tall, 200 pounds he's now transferring to the University of Connecticut. This is his 5th appearance out of the pen. He's got an ERA of 3.37 in 5 1/3 innings. 2 strikeouts and 2 walks. The first batter he faces, Alex Ulloa, the right-handed hitting second baseman. Ulloa is 0 for 2 today. He flied out to left field and struck out looking in the 3rd. Righty-on-righty matchup. Ulloa with a black-dipped barrel and a natural grain handle over his right shoulder. Before the first pitch, Freeberger steps off the mound. Very common with Jake Gigliotti back in the bottom of the 5th inning. Freeberger comes set, the righty deals. Pitch misses outside, ball 1. We'd like to welcome viewers from Harwich and Orleans to the Cape Cod Baseball Network. The Firebirds and Brewster, as a matter of fact. We'll tell you about it after this 1-0 pitch from Freeberger. A heater that misses inside, ball 2. YD needs a point to win the East Division. Just a point, win or a tie. Brewster holds the tiebreaker over YD. Freeberger's 2-0. A heater misses upstairs, 3-0. But Orleans and Harwich right now both have 40 points. And they are awaiting teams they play. The West is already set. Bourne plays Falmouth. Catuit plays Hyannis. But the East, we just know the teams, not the matchups. 3-0 pitch. Fastball. Strike 1. Ulloa flips his bat to the dugout. He's got to get his bat back. Hop, skip, and a jump, and a little help from a Chatham bat boy. 3 balls and a strike. It's still email frenzy night. We've been reading a bevy of emails at chathamBroadcast@gmail.com. Continue to hit us up. 3-1 pitch. Fastball, and that time Ulloa can flip his bat. Ball 4, misses outside. Chatham starts the half inning with a walk, thanks to Alex Ulloa. Oh my goodness. Is this another Ben Schulman email?
Yes, it is.
Ben says, hello friends, Ben from Oneonta. Something like that. I have 3 questions, pick whichever one you'd like. Is a hot dog a sandwich? Is cereal soup? Or would a prime Dan Duva beat current Todd Frazier in arm wrestling? As I was reading that fun email, home plate umpire Joe LaBella has to issue a warning to Chatham's dugout. That's not fun. Anthony Nunez, switch hitter hitting from the left side, has a runner on first and no outs. Nunez in the 9 spot. Freeberger's pitch. Swing and a miss. Way behind 92 mile an hour. No balls and a strike. So, I think we can answer all 3 of these. Is hot dog a sandwich? No.
No.
Is cereal soup? No.
No.
Would a prime Dan Duva beat current Todd Frazier in arm wrestling?
No.
Absolutely not. No chance. Thank you, Ben from Oneonta. 0-1 pitch. Fastball misses outside. Ball 1.
Back to serious, or at least more worthwhile emails.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Mary Linehan writes, from Cleveland, Ohio. She's 11 years old. She visits the Anglers' home field every year with her family.
1-1. Misses outside. It gets out of the catcher's glove. Gonzalez scrambles to the backstop, and Ulloa charges into second. Runner in scoring position with no outs.
Mary says after home game, she leaves with smiles on. After every home game, her family leaves with smiles on their faces. She recently went to a few games 3 weeks ago, one of which was Brewster at Chatham. She got on the field after the game and ended up with a Caden Grice autograph, a Rock Riggio broken bat that he signed. She says, keep up the great work. Love watching every broadcast and hearing your play-by-play every game.
2-1. Fastball misses inside, and the count goes to 3-1.
We also got an email from former Chatham broadcaster Max Hers and Drew Carter. They're both along for the ride on the first base side. Max says hello from the Jeremy Pena fan club, and they included a picture.
We see him over there. 3 balls and a strike, runner on second, no outs. Pitch to Nunez. Misses inside, ball 4. The runner goes to third. The pitch missed inside. It hit home plate umpire Joe LaBella in his right leg. The ball died behind Gonzalez, and Ulloa just went to third. No throw to the bag. Now there's runners on the corners with no outs. Scored a pass ball. So Max. I know he's not listening right now because he's currently over by the snack shack. Now he gives us a wave. There we go. A phenomenal email from 2017 broadcaster Max Hers. Andrew Carter meeting at the mound with Gonzalez and Freeberger. Gives us more time to read some emails. Got an email from P. Jonathan Ungerland. He says, the Ungerlands in Yarmouthport say, Dolly Doodle YD, Dolly Doodle. You got this, YD. Come on, P. Jonathan. Got to delete that email now. Runners on the corners, no outs. Chatham with a 5-4 lead over P. Jonathan Ungerland's YD Red Sox. First pitch hit into left center field. Cole Carrig runs over in left center. He drops the ball. Ulloa comes home to score. Nunez hustles into third. He slides in safe. Marcus Brown sends one the opposite way. An RBI double for Chatham's shortstop. The party continues. 6-4 A's, bottom of the 6th.
Almost a collision in left center field between Cole Carrig and Homer Bush. At the last second, Carrig took his eyes on the baseball to avoid his teammate, and then the ball fell to the ground.
So now there's runners on second and third with no outs. This brings up Lyle Miller-Green. Quite a night for him offensively. A home run in the first, a single in the third, and he walked back in the 5th. First pitch. Called strike on the outside corner. No balls and a strike. Chatham 6, YD 4. The Red Sox infield is in. They're in line with the bases, so not close to the grass, but a hard hit ball, they got to look towards third. No balls, 1 strike. Freeberger's pitch. Misses inside. Ball 1. Miller Green has to dance out of the way. Fans following the final out is the Anglers Extravaganza, the final Anglers Extra postgame show of the season. Ian's going to be the MC as I run around the field and try to talk to as many people as we can. Anglers Extravaganza follows the final out. 1-1 pitch. Off speed, misses low and away. Now 2-1 to Lyle Miller Green. And continue to email us here on Email Frenzy Night, chathambroadcast@gmail.com. ChathamBroadcast. No uppercase, all lowercase. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. Hunting the changeup, but Miller Green couldn't hit it. 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Whitey's left side of the infield now playing behind the baseline. First baseman Caden Connor is in line with first and second. Second baseman Robbie Burnett close to the bag. No outs, runners on second and third. 2-2. Slider misses low and outside. It kisses the dirt. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Chatham 6, YD 4, bottom 6. Nunez at third, Brown at second, Miller Green at the dish. Freeberger, hands at the belt. He kicks, fires. Sends a drive to right center field. Montgomery in right. He makes the catch. Both runners tag. Bullet comes in from right field. It just misses Nunez. He's safe. A one-hopper from the right fielder. Gonzalez caught it a few strides in front of home plate, in between third and home. Nunez just snuck by the right side. Gonzalez caught it, tried to spin and place the tag, but he was too late. Miller Green gets awarded with a sacrifice fly into right. There's 1 out. Marcus Brown moves to third. Nunez comes home as Chatham's 7th run. 7-4 A's. 1 out, bottom of the 6th. So now here is Cooper Ingle, left-handed hitting DH. Singled his last time up and came home to score. Freeberger, pitch. A heater clocked to left field. Homer Bush Jr. runs back a few steps away from the track. He makes the catch. An easy tag for Marcus Brown. No throw at home. 2 straight sacrifice flies. Chatham leads 8-4 over YD. Consecutive 3 spots on the left center field scoreboard.
With the bases clear and 2 outs, Joe got another email from Kathy Duva. Congratulations, Ian and Joe, on a summer of great broadcasting. Hope you enjoyed it. We really enjoyed listening to you. Looking forward to seeing all of your future accomplishments. Tony and Kathy Duva.
First pitch to Garibay. He takes it low for ball 1. Thank you so much, Mr. and Mrs. Duva.
We owe the Duva family a great debt of gratitude.
The count's 1-0 to Guy Garibay. Came in as a pinch hitter in the 5th. Reached on a fielder's choice. It brought home 2 runs. The 1-0. Change up, catches the outside corner. A ball and a strike to Garibay. If you look out to the left center field scoreboard, YD has 4 runs on 9 hits. Chatham, 8 runs on 4. 3 infielders to the right side of second. Here's the 1-1. Chopper to the right side. The shortstop to the right of second. Goes under his glove. It's Garibay gets on. Seemed like a routine play for Woody Hading. The ball goes under his glove. Garibay reaches on with an E6. The 3rd error for the Red Sox today.
Miscommunication, lack of concentration, I don't know. Either way, someone's got to make that play. Whether it's Hayden cutting across or Burnett behind him.
Inning stays alive for Chuck Ingram, right-handed hitter wearing number 6. First pitch, swing and a miss. Can't catch up to the fastball. It's 0-1. Chuck Ingram, the left fielder from Wichita State, 0 for 3 today. Been on the roster since day 1. Ingram's playing in his 30th game of the summer. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Pulls out the off-speed. Looks over to Caden Grice in the on-deck circle. 0-2 count. No balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch to Ingram. Misses low and outside, ball 1.
Joe, I've got another email. And since we're in the bottom of the 6th, it's fitting that this one comes around. From Jake Klein. It's entitled Frenzy Night.
Jake Klein, he's a clown.
He's listening for Will Butcher.
Throw over to first. Garibay back in safe.
He found a cool song, and he wouldn't be too upset if Joe sang it.
What? Oh, my goodness. Folks, I don't have to sing it for you. It's coming up in the next half inning. Get ready for the best song that was ever played throughout this season. Freeburgers 1-2. Fastball misses low. 2-2.
Jake ends the email saying, "Thanks for letting me watch and listen from the best seat in the house all summer. Go A's."
Oh.
And he's also attached his Twitter, YouTube, and
thankfully.
Instagram just in case we want to follow along with his life.
I might simply block him on all 3 sites, sadly.
Jake Klein, our media assistant, is 5 feet behind us.
I thought he was going to say he's 5 years old. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. A foul tip into Gonzalez's glove, and that finally retires the side.
Here it is, Joe. You ready?
Well, let me just recap the inning first. 3 runs on 1 hit, 2 sacrifice flies, 2 walks, a double for Marcus Brown, almost everything. Chatham leads 8-4 through 6 full innings here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham A's on the air.
Sun coming up over New York City. School bus driver in a traffic jam. Staring at the faces in a rearview mirror. Looking at the promise of the promised land. One kid dreams of fame and fortune. One kid helps pay the rent. One could end up going to prison. One just might be president.
Only in America can you get a sight like this one. Veterans Field, under the candles, Chatham leads 8-4 over YD, top of the 7th inning. Pitch black skies. A calm breeze going from home plate towards the outfield. The A's, 3 innings left in the 2022 season. PJ Labriola still on the mound, who came in relief for Owen Stevenson. The first batter he faces, Hayden Schott. Lefty on lefty matchup. YD's DH today. Labriola's first pitch misses inside for ball 1. Please continue to send us emails at chathambroadcast@gmail.com. It's email frenzy night. We want to know where you're listening from, who you're listening for, and what made you a Cape League fan. The 1-0 sent to center field. Garibay, who's in center, ranges over to left center and makes the catch. That's the first out. So a few defensive changes for Chatham. Caden Grice moves from center field to first base. Guy Garibay is in center field. In for Caden Grice. Lyle Miller Green still in right field. The count is 0-1 to Cole Carrig. He took a fastball in the inner half for strike one. Labriola with his elbow up to his face. It's almost like he's dabbing. Labriola comes set, the 0-1. Line back to the screen. It hits off the green padding on the backstop. And it's 0-2. Lefty on righty matchup. No balls, 2 strikes. No one on and just 1 out. Here's the 0-2. Skips in the dirt. Pitch missed inside. A ball and 2 strikes on Cole Carrig, YD center fielder. 2 for 3 today. A single in the third and a single in the fifth. Labriola comes set. Carrig bat over his right shoulder. 1-2. Tipped foul. Carrig took a rip at a slider low, but he made contact with it. Stays alive. We have an email from Brenda Martin. She says, shout out to your amazing broadcast team, and thanks for making it possible to watch this team, and particularly my favorite coach and hubby, Randy Whistler. 1-2 pitch, clocked. Deep right center field. Garibay and Miller Green converge in right center. It's off the top of the wall. Takes a hard bounce. He runs into third, charging in. It's a stand-up triple for Cole Carrig. An opposite field shot. Kept carrying and carrying. About 15 feet away from the 357 sign in left center field, in between center and left. A short and sweet triple. Cole Carrig gets on with just 1 out, and his team trails by 4. Brenda Whistler says that she cannot wait to have husband Randy home in a couple of days, and also say hi to Peter Burns for me as well. Peter Burns gives the peace sign. So a runner on first, rather a runner on third and 1 out. Time's called. The bullpen catcher runs out from Chatham's dugout towards the right field bullpen. In stands Woody Hayden, right-handed hitting shortstop. Labriola's first pitch. Called strike in the outside corner. Got the slider. 0-1. Labriola comes set, third base side of the rubber. His 0-1, a fastball that misses low. So the count's even at 1-1. Woody Hayden, 1 for 3 today. Grounded out to first, had a single, and struck out looking. 1-1. Lined back to the screen. 1 ball, 2 strikes. YD with 4 runs on 10 hits, 3 errors defensively. Chatham with 8 runs on 4 hits and 2 errors. Labriola gets the sign, hands at the chest. He delivers. Slider misses low. 2 balls and 2 strikes now.
This game certainly hasn't disappointed. Action on both sides. That Cole Carrig triple was jacked. YD's playing for something. Chatham playing like it's playing for something.
Labriola's 2-2. Ground ball right up the middle. Labriola can't barehand it. Ulloa has it at second. He throws to first and gets the out. Cole Carrig comes home to score on the 4-3 putout. Whitey trails 8-5, and now there's 2 outs in the top of the 7th.
The third baseman, number 11, Gunnar Antillian.
Labriola came off the mound on the third base side, reached back and slipped, fell on his backside. Here comes Dennis Cook. He's making a pitching change.
Chatham's infield meets at the mound, and a right-hander struts out from Chatham's bullpen. P.J. Labriola came in the 5th inning. Shut the door with a 1-2-3 inning and 3 strikeouts in that side. A Chatham bars in a call to the bullpen as Labriola goes back to the dugout.
Chatham on TRZ, Cape Cod.
I get up in the evening and I ain't got nothing to say. I come home in the morning, I go to bed feeling the same way. I ain't nothing but tired. Man, I'm just tired and bored with myself. Hey there, baby, I could use just a little help. You can't start a fire. You can't start a fire without a spark. This gun's for hire. Even if we're just dancing in the dark. Messages keep getting clearer. Radio's on and I'm moving around the place. I check my look in the mirror. Wanna change my clothes, my hair, my face, and I ain't getting nowhere. I'm just living in a dump like this. There's something happening somewhere. Baby, I just know that this. You can't start a fire. You can't start a fire without a spark. This gun's for hire. Even if we're just dancing in the dark.
Chatham bars in call to the bullpen here in the top of the 7th inning. Whitey's already scratched 1 across, but the Red Sox trail 8-5 with nobody on and 2 away. Right-handed pitcher Brian Hendry comes into the game. He comes in for P.J. Labriola, who pitched 2 2/3, gave up 2 hits, a run that was earned and 3 strikeouts. Brian Hendry, this will be his 3rd appearance of the summer. He's pitched 2 innings, given up 1 hit, a run that was earned, 5 strikeouts, and a walk. He gave up an RBI double in Harwich on the 31st. A game that, if Chatham had won, would have kept its playoff hopes alive for the time being, but lost that game 12-5, and then went to Harwich yesterday, picked up the 4-2 win, but Orleans' win over Wareham yesterday gave them the final playoff spot in the East Division. Chatham season over after the final out today. YD fighting for first place in the East Division. The first batter Hendry faces Gunnar Antillian. First pitch, a fastball that misses inside. That's ball 1. P.J. Labriola is in line for the win. The 1-0. Fastball kisses the dirt. 2 balls and no strikes. So we have Vic Roberts to our right here, the official scorekeeper. I was just about to read his email, and then all of a sudden I hear out of my right ear, they're not reading my emails, I'm spamming them. So you know what? We'll let this one simmer. Here's a 2-0. A fastball, called strike on the outside corner, 2-1. All right, fine, Vic, I'll read your email. He says, if announcing ball games were outlawed, would you consider a career as a mime? Maybe.
Would we mime baseball games?
I don't know, maybe. I don't know. How do you mime a baseball game?
You'd mime anything else. You do the motions.
2-2. Fouled back to the screen. Oh, I thought like broadcasting. I'm so sorry. I guess mining a baseball game would be cool. 2 balls and 2 strikes. First batter for Brian Hendry is Gunnar Antillion. He's got an even 2-2 count. No one on with 2 outs. Hendry gets the sign. The 2-2 pitch. Hit in the air to center field. Garibay with 2 strides to his left. He makes the catch in center, and that retires the side. Whitey gets 1 back. A triple from Cole Carrig. He's brought in on a ground out. A run on a hit. No errors and no one left on base. It's time to stretch at Veterans Field. Let's send things down to Chatham's PA announcer, Peter Burns.
We've got, of course, 7th inning stretch Hall of Famer Ben Mills, Anthony, Liam, Pearson, Ava, Nicholas, Ava, Cal, Jackson, Finley from Seattle, Connor, Lucy, Jacob, J-Dog, Chris, Charlie, Mason, Cam, Jake, Luca, Amelia, Sam, Luca, Amelia, Ryan, Ellie, Emma, Lucy, and Marette. Are you ready? Yes. All right, on 3. A 1, a 2, a 3.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the ground. I need some peanuts and crackers. I don't care if I ever come back home. Root for the Anglers. If they don't win, it's a shame. 'Cause it's 1, 2, 3 shots, you're on the wall.
All right, let's hear it for everybody.
And we're properly stretched here at Veterans Field. It's Chatham 8, YD 5. We have a few more emails to read. Keep them coming here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Vic Roberts with another one. He says, baseball players steal bases. If you could commit any crime without being caught, what would it be? Depends on who's listening to the broadcast. We'll think about it. We'll think about it. Ian, you have an answer?
If I could commit any crime
without being caught.
Without being caught.
I guess we'll just
I'm gonna plead the 5th.
Yeah, that's good. Good choice. Good choice. Vic Roberts trying to incriminate us here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
What else we got, Joe? There's got to be some other things rolling around in there.
We have another.
We have a Ben Schulman email.
Ben Schulman email. He goes, "Hi there, Ben from Toronto." He's now Ben from 3 different towns. Sorry to the listeners. I'll stop after this. Chatham 2021 front office intern Jonathan Liskov,
who reached out to us earlier,
famously lived in a van for the entirety of the 2021 season. Which one of you guys would last longer in a van? How long do you think it would go? P.S. Send my love to Peter Burns, and Jake Klein is a clown.
Jake Klein is a clown. That's confirmed. And
I
Peter
agree with
Burns. Peter Burns on the other side of the press box. Ben Schulman gets your love and sends some love as well. Joe, I hate to say it, but if are we living in this van together?
No.
Or are we doing it separately?
No, these are just separate vans.
Can you forage? You know what a good mushroom looks like and the poisonous mushroom looks like? See, that's why I'm bringing Chuck Ingram with me to the deserted island.
We're not in the wilderness. We're on a highway, I suppose. Bottom of the 7th starts. Caden Grice in the left-handed batter's box. Ben, we'll get your answer in just a second. Freeberger from the windup. Curveball at 66 miles an hour. This is high and outside for ball 1. Grice 0 for 2 was hit by a pitch in the 5th. I would say me. I'd live in the van longer.
Why is that?
Because I'm just that guy. Here's the 1-0. A fastball popped off the catcher's mask and bounces over towards Whitey dugout.
I am an extrovert, so I would probably go stir crazy without human interaction in that van.
I'm just that guy, though.
All right, congratulations.
I'm built different. 1-1. This is low and inside. Now 2 balls and a strike to Grice.
We've got another email before I have to mute your mic for singing your own praises, Joe. Hey, guys, it's from Grace Power. It's Angler superfan Grace Power.
There we go.
I've enjoyed watching and listening to the Anglers all summer, thanks to you guys. My favorite players are Jake DeLeo and the Cowboy Rock Riggio.
2-1 fastball misses outside. It's now 3-1.
And Marcus Brown, Cowboy duo, the middle infield for the Anglers. Grace says she can't wait for next summer. P.S. Shout out to Chris Blake, Anish, and of course Maggie Manoni. That's from Grace, who goes to the Ohio State University.
3-1. Grounded foul down the first base line. It's just to the right side of the first base bag.
Grace, thanks for your message, and go blue.
Now that's power.797 at osu.edu to everyone else. Grace power to us.
I think we're getting some sneaky ones here, Joe.
3-2 pitch. Misses low for ball 4. Caden Grice starts off the bottom of the 7th with a free pass.
We got an email from Bones. The name is Bones. The email is pixman500@gmail.com. Might be a burner. But Barney from Albuquerque, according to this Bones, asks if we can do our best old prospector impressions. I don't know what that is.
I don't think I have one. Runner on first with no outs. Bottom of the 7th inning. In stands Caden Hobson. Righty on lefty battle. First pitch. Fastball misses outside. That's ball 1. Caden Hobson 0 for 2 today with a walk in the 2nd. Freeberger comes set, the 1-0. Line drive, foul back to the screen. Just under some movement, 86 miles an hour. A ball and a strike. Bottom 7, Chatham 8, YD 5. Final game of the 2022 season for the A's, so make sure to join us on the Anglers Extravaganza following the final out. 1-1. Looping curveball that misses high. It's now 2 balls and a strike to Caden Hobson. Hobson's taking his time getting back into the left-handed batter's box. Righty on lefty battle. Here's 2-1. Popped foul over the press box, and the count's even at 2-2. Grice stands on first, no outs. And Hobson, who worked his way on with a walk in the 2nd, has to fight back in this at-bat. A 2-2 count. Righty on lefty battle. Here's a 2-2. Curveball, grounded foul down the first base line. It lands over by YD's bullpen. Count stays at 2-2.
That curveball must look like a beach ball. Joe, you and I could maybe get up to 66 miles an hour if we tried.
Maybe with my fastball.
From 90 to 66, almost like a balloon floating towards Caden Hobson.
2-2. Another curveball, it just misses inside. The count runs full to Hobson. Huge thanks to Barney from Albuquerque, though. Full count offering. Popped up. It trails out of play over the press box, time inside third base line here at Veterans Field. Count still 3-2 to Caden Hobson. 3 infielders to the right side of the infield. Woody Hadeen, Robbie Burnett, and Caden Connor, shortstop, second base, and first. The third baseman, Gunnar Antillion, is where the shortstop would play. Payoff pitch. Fastball. Misses inside for ball 4. Gauntlet of an at-bat for Caden Hobson. Freeberger's issued 2 walks to start this half inning. This brings up Alex Uloa. Right-handed hitter with runners on first and second. And no outs, and now time is called. We'll have a meeting on the mound between Gonzalez and Freeberger.
I have the 50-50 numbers, and I will be calling them out at the end of this half inning. The make sure to get your 50-50.
Ian YD with 5 runs on 10 hits, and Chatham's answered with 8 runs on 4. The difference, it's been lengthy at-bats, reaching on base with errors, and all that stuff. Ian, before you can answer that question, we have the Chatham Bars in called to the bullpen. Scott Pickler comes out from YD's dugout and points to a right-handed pitcher. We'll have the info on the brand new arm for the Red Sox. Runners on first and second with no outs in the bottom of the 7th inning. 8-5 Chatham at Veterans Field.
Chatham on TRZ, Cape Cod.
Ooh, child, things are gonna get easier. Ooh, child, things will get brighter. Ooh, child, things are gonna get easier. Ooh, child, things will get brighter. Someday, yeah, we'll put it together and we'll get it undone. Someday when your head is much lighter. Someday, yeah, we'll walk in the rays of a beautiful sun. Someday when the world is much brighter. Ooh, child, things are gonna be easier. Ooh, child, things will be brighter. Ooh, child, things are gonna be easier. Ooh, child, things will be brighter. Someday, put it together and we'll get it undone. Someday, someday, we'll walk in the rays of a beautiful sun. Someday,
Still the bottom of the 7th inning here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Chatham has runners on first and second with no outs and leads 8-5. Brand new pitcher in the ballgame for YD, and this Chatham Bars in call to the bullpen. Right-handed pitcher Trajan Meza. Right-handed pitcher from New Mexico State, pitching in his 3rd appearance of the summer. Now, he has 1 start, but he's pitched just 1 1/3, given up 3 hits, 8 runs, 5 of them earned, with a strikeout and 3 walks. His ERA, 33.75. Comes in with runners on first and second. First pitch to Ulloa. Squares to bunt. Sort of bats at it. He misses. A swinging bunt attempt, if you will. No balls and a strike.
Meza mainly fastball, curveball, heater in the high 80s.
Meza's up 0-1 in the count. He's working from the stretch with his right foot on the first base side of the rubber. Meza comes set, hands at the belt, looks towards second, takes 2 glances. Ulloa already squares. The pitch. Pulls his bat back. Pitch missed outside. A ball and a strike on Ulloa. Chatham's second baseman walked his last time up and came around to score. Still continue to send us emails at chathambroadcast@gmail.com. Pretty good one from Ed Baird.
Legendary number 19.
Way to deliver this email after the 1-1 pitch. Got to give it its due diligence. Righty on righty battle. Ulloa takes the bat off his shoulder, squares, now pulls the bat back, a called strike, and Ulloa spins out of the right-handed batter's box. A ball and 2 strikes.
Just don't break any FCC regulations, Joe.
Ed Baird writes, is Dan Duva really a pain in the butt to work for? Ed, I don't want to answer that question. 1-2 pitch. Ulloa swings at a bunt attempt and misses for strike 3.
The answer is no, and the email is
Absolutely
signed
not.
off number 19. One of the 4 on the front of the Chatham A's press box. Ed Bear, the only player to have his number retired in Anglers history.
It's a good one-liner from Ed Baird right there.
Another
Short
email.
Short answer, no.
Another email from Pete from East Sandwich. Guys, really enjoyed your terrific broadcasting all season. Enjoying the last game of the season from my home off Cape. Looking forward to next year already. All the best.
Runners on first and second, 1 gone. In stands Anthony Nunez. Switch hitter from the left side. Takes off speed low. Ball 1.
Pete, thanks for the note. I hope you're from the good side of Pennsylvania. Go Phils.
Grice is at second. Hobson at first. Chatham with an 8-5 lead. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball called strike in the outside corner. First pitch today was at 7:04. We've just reached 10:05 on the East Coast. Meza comes set, hands at the belt. His 1-1. Flared to right field. Homer Bush Jr. runs in, takes one hop in front of him. The throw comes in. Runners go station to station. Grice to third, Hobson at second, and it's a single for Anthony Nunez.
The shortstop from Oklahoma State.
Montgomery played that very safe. Measured the ball when he came in from his spot in right field, and instead of diving, I mean, when you're trailing by 3 runs, you might as well lay out. Montgomery lets it bounce in front of him.
Bases juiced, 1 out. Chatham with an 8-5 lead here in the bottom of the 7th. This brings up Marcus Brown. Had an RBI double in his last at-bat. First pitch. Takes a slider that drops in the zone for strike 1. Brown walks up to the top edge of the left-handed batter's box. Now sets his back left foot in. He takes 2 practice cuts. Now make it 3. Now a total of 5, and now puts the bat above his left shoulder. Dipped in silver. 0-1. Slider misses outside, and the count's even at 1-1. Righty on lefty battle. The shortstop for YD, the only one on the grass. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Brown chases a heater low and outside. Count goes to 1-2. Hading, he has his toes and heels on the grass, but no one else does in YD's infield. Now Hading goes back. Meza gets the sign. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Revs up the 90 mile an hour fastball. Brown is victim of the second out.
Letter I fastball. Marcus Brown knew it was coming, but his timing slightly off, his swing over the top.
Bases loaded with 2 outs. Grice at third. Hobson at second. The first pitch comes in. It's a called strike on the inside corner. Nunez stands over at first. No balls and a strike on Lyle Miller Green. A's lead 8-5 in the final game of the 2022 season. Bottom of the 7th inning at Veterans Field. Meza gets the sign, the 0-1. Skips in front of home plate, but blocked by Gonzalez. The count stays at 1-1. Lyle Miller Green had a solo shot back in the first. Singled in the third, walked and scored in the 5th, and then had a sacrifice fly in the 6th. He gets set for the 1-1 pitch. A slider that drops in the zone. Miller Green started to drop his bat, but kept it held high. Took the slider in the zone for strike 2. Righty on righty battle. Miller Green shows the bat to Meza. Puts it above his right shoulder. The righty comes set. 1-2. Heater misses outside. Some of the Red Sox in the dugout went to the top step. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Grice at third, Hobson at second, and Nunez at first.
Lyle Miller Green does not have a hit with the bases loaded. 0 for 2.
2-2. Slider, strike 3 looking. Grazes the top part of the zone, and that ends the frame. So Chatham gets the bases loaded thanks to 2 walks from Freeberger and a single from Nunez. However, nothing comes of it. No runs on just a hit. No errors. 2 men left stranded and 3 A's victim of the strikeout. 2 innings of baseball left at Veterans Field, which means one thing. Ian Unsworth takes us home for the 2022 season. Chatham 8, Whitey 5, top of the 8th. Up next on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's, Chatham on GRC. I spent 20 years trying to get out of this place. I was looking for something I couldn't replace. I was running away from the only thing I've ever known. Like a blind dog without a bone, I was a gypsy lost in the twilight zone. I hijacked the rainbow and crashed into a pot of gold. Been there, done that, I ain't looking back on the seas outside.
2 more innings of Angler baseball remain in the 2022 Cape League season. Chatham leads YD 8-5. The Anglers with a run in the first, run in the third, and then 3 spots back-to-back in the 5th and 6th. YD opened the game with a score. Homer Bush coming in on Braden Montgomery's fielder's choice. And Montgomery also blasted a 2-run home run to right center field in the 3rd. Red Sox also put up a tally in the 4th. Gunnar Antillion coming in to score on Homer Bush's single. And another run in the 7th. Cole Carrick scoring on a Woody Hadeen ground ball. Defensive replacement for Chatham, Jake DeLeo into the ball game for Guy Garibay. DeLeo takes over in center field. Brian Hendry back on the bump for the A's. First pitch on the inside corner, a called strike to Mike Bovey. Left-handed hitter from Nebraska Omaha. Hendry fires. Fastball misses high and outside. It's still email frenzy night on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Make sure to email us at chathambroadcast@gmail.com. 1-1. Hendry skips a fastball in front of the plate. 2 balls, 1 strike to Bovey. There's pinch hitting for Robbie Burnett. If it's a like-for-like swap, Bovey will take over at second base. Burnett was 0 for 3. 2-1 pitch. Fastball at the shins. Check on the defensive replacement. Garibay's in right field now. Lyle Miller Green out of the game. So DeLeo hits in the 2-hole for Lyle Miller Green. 3-1 pitch. Fastball behind Bovey's back foot. The pinch hitter leads off the 8th with a walk. Although YD's comfortably clinched a playoff spot, this is a game Scott Pickler will play to win. Right now, YD and Brewster locked at 46 points atop the East Division. If Pickler and the Red Sox even get a tie out of this ball game, YD is clear in first and will face Harwich. Hendry deals. Gonzalez, the catcher, takes a fastball high and outside. He replaced Ryan Proto in the 6th. Gonzalez grounded out to second. Ulloa and Riggio pinch towards second base. 1-0 pitch. Fastball called strike on the outside corner. Hendry, the righty from St. John's, didn't pitch at all this year, recovering from Tommy John surgery. He deals the 1-1. Called strike on the outside corner. Fastball at 91. Hendry suffered a UCL tear in his right elbow in the last 2 weeks of the 2021 St. John's season. He delivers. 1-2, tap to the left side. Nunez fields behind the bag, throws a second for one. Ulloa to first, throw wide right. Gonzalez safe. 5-4 put out gets the lead runner, Bovey. Gonzalez at first on the fielder's choice.
Alex Ulloa threw the baseball so hard that his head immediately went down, and the throw was to the right of a 6'6" Caden Grice, who had to step off the bag.
Hendry peers home. Homer Bush Jr. in the box. First pitch, check swing, strike one. Hendry threw a curveball in the left-handed batter's box, and Bush went around. Incredible thing about Brian Hendry's comeback story from Tommy John surgery is after 2 appearances in the Cape League, he found a new college. A 1 pitch. Bush swings over the top of a curveball. No balls and 2 strikes. Hendry's pitched twice in the Cape League, allowed 1 earned run, struck out 5 of the 9 batters he's faced. He's heading to Oklahoma State next season. 0-2 pitch. Bounces low and away. Hobson chases after it and keeps Gonzalez at first. Of course, it always helps to have a former Oklahoma State pitching coach and the dad of the current head man of the Cowboys as your head coach.
I mean, Tom Holliday used to talk about the Yavapai to Oklahoma State connection, but I think now it's the Chatham to Oklahoma State connection.
1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Bush extremely tardy on a 90-mile-an-hour fastball that jetted to the outside corner. 2 outs and Caden Connor up in the top of the 8th. Brian Hendry said when he first got back on the mound, he felt a million butterflies all throughout his stomach, and that rush of adrenaline when you first do something that makes you nervous for the first time in a while. First pitch to the lefty Connor, called strike at the knees. Fastball at 91. Hendry came to Chatham because of a connection with the Anglers' general manager intern, Caroline Fusco. A 1 pitch. Wave and a miss from Connor. Breaking ball taps off the plate into Hobson's chest protector.
Yeah, she was the one that was advocating for Brian Hendry and pretty much told Tom Holliday about his story.
Fusco's the team manager at St. John's, where Hendry pitched for 3 seasons. He comes set, looks home, 0-2 count. The pitch. Breaking ball behind Connor's back foot. Fernando Gonzalez on first after a fielder's choice. Chatham leads YD 8-5. 2 outs in the top of the 8th. Anglers infield back, outfield shifted to the left. 1-2 pitch. Slightly outside. Caden Hobson got up with intent, but Connor stays put in the left-handed batter's box. On deck, Braden Montgomery. He's got 3 RBI to his name. 2-2 pitch. Connor lifts it in foul territory towards the Chatham dugout on the third base side. It hits the netting behind the reserve anglers. It's foul. Almost clipped our crowd mic.
I don't think we've seen a baseball land in between the dugout and the fence that separates the fans from the playing surface yet this season.
There's a gap between the third base dugout and fence with netting above. On the first base side, the dugout is back-to-back with the snack shack. 2-2, 2 outs. Gonzalez on first. The pitch. Connor flies it to left. Ingram drifts in slightly to his right. Makes the grab right next to his face. Leadoff walk for Whitey does nothing in the 8th. Chatham still leads 8-5. An Anglers win would keep the Red Sox out of that top spot in the East Division. Chatham and YD, inning and a half left on the Cape Cod Baseball Network.
Chatham on TRZ, Cape Cod.
Bottom of the 8th at Veterans Field. 8-5. Chatham leads YD. Cooper Engel leads off the bottom of the 8th against Trajan Mesa. YD's 4th pitcher of the night. 3 infielders on the right side for Scott Pickler. First pitch from the righty. Change up low and outside. Engels 1 for 3 today. We'll scratch that, 1 for 2. Single and a strikeout, as well as a walk and a sacrifice fly. 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball drops in, a called strike. On the inner half to Engel, the left-handed hitter from Clemson. Still email frenzy night on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. 1-1 pitch. Engel slaps it foul above Guy Garibay on deck. Email us at chathambroadcast@gmail.com, and we'll try our best to get your notes on the air. Questions, comments, concerns, random facts or jokes, we're here for it all. Engel settles back in. The 1-2 pitch. Smack the other way. The left fielder settles under it and makes the catch. Caden Connors moved into left field for YD. That's who made the grab. Homer Bush is over in center. Michael Bovey's taken over at first base for Scott Pickler. And Cole Carrig is at second. Wholesale changes. The first pitch to Garibay. Misses below the knees. Ball 1.
Potentially just locking and securing his defense for this last half inning. Knows that his team's trailing by 3 with the last ups in the top of the 9th.
1-0 to Garibay. Mesa delivers. Breaking ball, backdoor, called strike. Trickled over the outer half. 1 ball, 1 strike to the cleanup hitter from Rice. Reached on an error in his last at-bat. The pitch. Garibay keeps the bat on his shoulder. An outside fastball almost got him to go.
Joe Labella's strike zone is quite compact.
2 balls and 1 strike. Mesa's in his second inning. The pitch. Garibay belts it down the right field line, but it's foul. A solid line drive towards the YD bullpen.
He barreled that baseball. Did a little bit of a hop step outside of the batter's box.
Mesa deals the 2-2. Gonzalez picks it right in front of home plate. One more time through the YD defensive changes because we have them all sorted out. Caden Connors in left, Homer Bush in center, Cole Carrick at second, Mike Bovey at first. 3-2. Foul tipped, strike 3. Garibay swings over the top of a curveball. 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. A pinch hitter for Chuck Ingram, Rock Riggio. A swinging an orange and black bat, Oklahoma State colors. The barrel orange, the handle black. He taps both sides of the plate, opens up his stance in the left-handed batter's box, and takes the first pitch in the dirt.
Riggio got that bat a week ago, and he said he wasn't going to use it until his first one broke.
And his last one is now in the hands of Cooper Ingle, who hit the 3-run blast yesterday with it. 1-0 pitch. Called strike on the outer half. Riggio's been in and out of the lineup over the past couple of days, dealing with a hamstring pull. 1-1 Mesa from the windup. The pitch. Below the knees, ball 2. Riggio still warms up every day. He's not someone you're going to keep off the field. He took ground balls with Marcus Brown at short today, and they were chopping it up back and forth. 2-1 pitch. Riggio hits a slow sizzler to the right side. Carrick fields a slow throw to first. Retires Rock Riggio and ends the bottom of the 8th. One more frame of Anglers baseball remains in 2022. Ups for YD, down 3 runs. Montgomery, Schott, and Carrick to hit for the Red Sox. Top of the 9th up next from Veterans Field.
Chatham on TRC, Cape Cod.
I'm gonna wait till the midnight hour. That's when my love comes tumbling down. I'm gonna wait till the midnight hour when there's no one else around. I'm gonna take you, girl, and hold you and do all the things I told you in the midnight hour. Yes, I am. Oh, yes, I am. One more thing I just want to say right here. I'm gonna wait till the stars come out and see that twinkle in your eyes.
Top of the 9th at Veterans Field. A Chatham bars in, call to the bullpen before the inning begins. Ben Hampton, the Ed Baird Most Outstanding Pitcher Award winner in 2022, takes the bump. Matt Hogan in left, Rock Riggio at second. Defensive changes as well for the Anglers. Hampton, the Cape League strikeout leader with 48 Ks through 41 2/3 innings. He started 5 of his 10 appearances. This will be his 11th, and his ERA is .237.
Hampton comes in for Brian Hendry, who threw an inning and a third, gave up no hits, no runs, had a strikeout and a walk. PJ Labriola, he's still in line for the win, but Hampton, if he can shut the door here, he'd get credit for the save.
Hampton's got 1 save this season. After the All-Star game, he's bounced back and forth between starting and bullpen appearances. His last time out was the first Cape League 9-inning complete game since 2017. Hampton went 9 innings in a 1-1 tie against Bourne. Allowed 1 earned run on 4 hits, struck out 9. Switch hitter Braden Montgomery leads off the top of the 9th for YD. Hitting from the right side against the lefty from WVU. First pitch, a fastball, high and outside. Ball 1. Hampton works from the windup, facing straight towards the plate. Lifts the leg, deals home. Slider behind the back leg of Montgomery. 2 balls, no strikes.
He's wearing 10. This guy up at bat.
Here's the pitch. Bounce to the left side. Nunez knocks it down on 3 hops. Throw to first. There is no throw. Rolling is an error on Anthony Nunez, who missed the ball with a swipe from a glove and took it off the knee.
I mean, he had the in-between hop if he wanted it. He just took 1 step back at the last second, and it fooled him.
It's still email frenzy night on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. Email us any last-minute comments, questions, anything you might want to know about us. ChathamBroadcast@gmail.com is the email to hit up. No caps, no characters, just Chatham Broadcast, all lowercase, @gmail.com. First pitch to Hunter, shot. A called strike on the outside corner. Fastball at the knees. Montgomery on first after the E5. Hampton comes set, delivers. A check swing. Ball 1. Shot barely went around. Now a late appeal to third. Mike Rabideau says no swing.
From our vantage point, it looked like his bat broke the plane. But home plate umpire Joe LaBella goes to the third base umpire, who's next to second, to make the call.
Pick over. Montgomery back in standing. Joe, where do we start with the Chatham A's season? 1-1 pitch. Shot squares up around him. It hits his bat, goes foul. Hampton threw a fastball up and in as Hayden's shot turned around to bunt. A fastball almost at his neck level. Hit the handle of his bat, flew over the screen, and landed in front of us on the third base side. 1-2 count, the pitch. Called strike 3. Hampton drops a breaking ball in. Shot takes it.
Second baseman, number 4.
Chatham pitching staff's 8th strikeout of the day. Shot second. A note from Guy Benson, one of the original Chatham A's broadcasters. Guy writes, "Gents, good work this season. Great to meet you both and looking forward to staying in touch."
Thank you, Guy. That means a lot.
If it weren't for Guy Benson and Dan Duva, none of this would be in place. Great thank you to them. First pitch to Carey. He pops up a bunt. Hobson catches it in foul territory on the third base side.
The shortstop, number 2.
We've got a note from the other, one of the 2 musketeers that began this whole thing. Dan Duva. Dan in Chatham writes to ChathamBroadcast@gmail.com, an email he created. Thank you both for your passion, for your commitment, and your tender care for the Cape Cod Baseball Network and its legacy. As Hayden swings through the first pitch. We're very glad the responsibility of celebrating our 20th season has fallen to you. You've made us very proud. Dan in Chatham. Hampton set, the 0-1. Curveball drops in, called strike 2. Jonathan Long on deck for YD. Scott Pickla and crew down to their final strike. Montgomery on first. Hampton nods to the catcher. Deals. Hayden punches a ground ball right side. Riggio sliding stop, bounce throw to first, gets past Grice. Towards the first base side dugout, Montgomery to third. Hobson finally picks the baseball up and calls time. It's ruled an infield hit for Woody Hayden. And a throwing error from Rock Riggio. He made a sliding stop in shallow right field, fell to his backside, threw over to first, and the throw bounced past Caden Grice.
Chatham has 6 errors in this game.
With 2 outs and runners on the corners. Here's Johnny Long. Hampton set with runners on the corners. First pitch. Long swings, lifts it to the right side. It drifts foul over the first base side fence. Joe, I think we owe a lot to Dan Duva when it comes to the guidance and the knowledge and the leadership that he's provided to us and the rest of the media team. It's second to none.
It's been a great experience this summer, Ian, calling games with you, with all of the media team members.
A 1 pitch. Long rips it to the screen, first base side, foul.
Meticulous care for the Cape Cod Baseball Network. It wouldn't have been possible without Guy Benson and Dan Duva. We're so blessed to be a part of this.
To our media team as well, a great thank you to writers Anish Vasudevan, Chris Blake, videographers Griffin Hout, Maggie Minoni, photographer Maddie Canning, media assistant Jake Klein, and Dan, our leader. 0-2 pitch. Long bounces it to the third base side. It's foul on the left side of the bag. Johnny Long, right-handed hitter from Long Beach State, stays alive. Hampton dusts some dirt off the rubber, swiping with his right cleat. He shakes out his left arm, ball in hand as he comes set. Long back into the righty box. 0-2 pitch. Line drive, rope to left. Hogan fields it on a bounce. Montgomery comes in to score. Hayden to second. Long throw in. Riggio eats it on a hop. Whitey not done just yet. Johnny Long keeps the game alive with a line drive single to left. Scores Braden Montgomery. Red Sox trail by 2. 8-6, top of the 9th, 2 outs.
Gives us more time to say thank yous, huh?
Oh, with the tying run on first base and Mike Bovey in the left-handed batter's box. Let's not hedge our bets just yet, Joe. Bovey's got 6 doubles on the season, 7 RBI. 28 for 101 before today's game. He walked in the 8th. Lefty on lefty matchup, Chatham infield back. First pitch to Bovey. Called strike on the outer half. 86-mile-an-hour fastball. The A's outfield plays at normal depth. Anglers infield back behind the runners. Plays at any base. A 1 pitch. Breaking ball, bounce to the right side. Grice fields forehand side, flips to Hampton, who taps the bag and ends the ball game. Chatham ends the season victorious. An 8-6 victory over YD, who's tied for the division lead coming into today's game. The Anglers with 8 runs on 5 hits. A lot of opportunistic offense from the Chatham A's, taking advantage of 11 walks from YD pitching. Chatham finishes the season at 15-20-9, tying the record for fewest wins in Anglers history. That's how the season ends, with a win. A line of handshakes between the pitcher's mound and second base. It moves slow with some hugs longer than others, and coaches discussing nuts and bolts behind home plate. The Red Sox meet next to first base, preparing for their next playoff task. Wait for the official Cape League announcement. The Red Sox will be facing either Orleans or Harwich. That's coming up tomorrow. first day of the Cape League playoffs. But tonight up next is the Anglers Extravaganza, the final postgame show of the 2022 season on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. I'll be the MC. We'll run through the highlights because why not? Ending off the season with a victory, always a solid thing. And Joe Puccio will be a reporter, roving around on the field for as many interviews as possible. We'll keep it going until the lights turn off at Veterans Field. 8-6 Chatham win to end the season.
Sports Radio, play-by-play. Go A's! Chatham on TRC.
When the lights go down in the city and the sun shines on the bay, I wanna be there, yeah, in my city. Oh, 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 oh. So you think you're lonely? Well, my friend, I'm lonely too. I wanna get back to my city by the bay. Oh, it's sad. There's been mornings out on the road without you, without your charms. Oh, na 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 na. When the lights go down in the city and the sun shines on the bay, ooh, I wanna be there in my city. Oh, oh, when the lights go down in the city and the sun shines on the bay, ooh, I wanna be there in my city. Oh, oh,
Anglers Extra.
It's time for the Anglers Extravaganza, the last post-game show of 2022. Live from Veterans Field, Ian Unsworth with you in the Chatham A's press box, high above Diamond Side behind the third base line. We'll take you through Chatham's victory against YD, an 8-6 win for the A's against the East Division co-leaders at this point in time. Right now, YD and Brewster have both ended the season with the regular season, that is, for 46 points. So the Cape League officials will delve into a series of tiebreakers to figure out who takes that lead. We'll still take a couple of emails here on the Anglers Extravaganza. Email us at chathamBroadcast@gmail.com to get a couple of words on the air. If you have a message you want to send to myself, Joe, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, random facts, or jokes, just let us know. Joe is currently down on the field for post-game interviews, the first of many post-game interviews, so we'll check in with some emails. We have Kevin McNulty, the Orleans sideline reporter, who writes, Joe and Ian, it's Kevin McNulty from the Orleans broadcast team. We're scoreboard watching tonight to see who the Firebirds will play tomorrow, but just wanted to say it's been a pleasure working alongside you guys this season. You all do great work down there. Kevin, thanks for the message. Joe Puccio is on the field with the first of many interviews.
Hey, Ian, it's time for the Anglers Extravaganza here on the Cape Cod Baseball Network after Chatham wraps up its season with a win at home against YD. Joe Puccio here with Ben Hampton. Ben, you took home the Ed Baird Most Outstanding Pitcher Award today. What'd that mean to you?
It was an honor. I saw my former teammate Adam Tulloch won it the year before, and coming here, it was a goal of mine without a doubt. And so I'm extremely blessed to have won it.
How special was it for Ed Baird to hand you the award himself?
I mean, at first, I as bad as it was, I asked myself, I was like, oh, who is this? And then I shook his hand, and I was like, oh, that is incredible. You know, to get an award from the man himself is super cool. 40 innings this summer with Chatham. How do you feel? I feel incredible. I told Tom before the game started that I wanted an inning today. I wanted to finish what I started, and I'm incredibly blessed to be here from day one and be here for the last. And so it was an honor.
What did you learn here in Chatham that you're going to take with you to your next steps?
I learned so much, and I learned from everyone. I learned from my teammates. I learned from Cookie, Coach Holliday, and the biggest thing was just being a dog. You know, just always want the ball and just keep going, always keep going.
You're that dog, Ben. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate you.
That's Ben Hampton on the Anglers Extravaganza. Ian, let's keep this thing rolling.
Ben Hampton was a dog all season for the Chatham A's. He was the best pitcher by far throughout the Cape League in terms of strikeouts. A guy that finished his season leading the league with 49 Ks. Hampton did it, as Joe mentioned, in over 40 innings of work here after throwing over 80 innings at West Virginia. The stress that a man must feel on his arm, incredible. And Hampton also a workout warrior, known throughout the bullpen in Chatham for going to games. Before his starts, he goes to the gym, squats heavy, and works on the Stairmaster. So Hampton puts his body through a lot, but comes out and pitches fantastic for Chatham. 42 and 2/3 innings, 49 strikeouts. Joe's got a hold of another one.
Well, Ian, I'm here with Guy Garibay, who took home a Silver Slugger Award today pregame. Guy, how much did that award mean to you?
Oh, it was awesome. You know, when they called my name, it was one of the coolest moments I've had, you know, in baseball. You know, receiving any award, it's awesome, especially in the Cape for this team. I mean, it's really exciting.
You had an impressive second half of the season. What changed for you?
I mean, it was one of those things you just got to keep pushing through. I was off to a rough start at the beginning, and in my head, you know, I was just like, you just got to keep going, and you know, one good moment led to another, and you know, I just pushed off that.
What was your favorite part about playing for the Anglers?
Everything. I mean, the whole baseball part is my favorite experience, but there's a lot more to it than just baseball itself. You know, the guys, the coaches, you know, that bond, you're going to have it the rest of your life, you know. So these guys, it was definitely a summer that's going to go down as one of my best baseball experiences.
So two-part question here. Your main baseball takeaway and your big non-baseball takeaway from the summer.
So I guess my main baseball takeaway, like experience, I guess, like best moment, really this game. I mean, this ending off the season with a win is one of the best things you could ask for, you know. But as far as a non-baseball moment, I'd say eating lobster rolls. That was one of the best parts of the Cape. It was definitely one of my favorite dishes.
Hot or cold?
Both, honestly. It just depends on the place, you know. Chatham Fish and Chips has a good cold one, but I know Wayside Inn has a good hot one. It just depends on where you go.
Well, Guy, get a lobster roll, and congratulations on a good season.
Thank you so much, Joe.
That's Guy Garibay on the Anglers Extravaganza. Ian, let's send things over to you.
Joe Guy Garibay led the team with 5 home runs, and those 5 home runs came up in big-time situations. Multiple times this season, Garibay's home runs were the only offense for the team. He also had 5 doubles and 20 runs batted in. His home run mark and his RBI mark led the team. Garibay over the season hit .212, an on-base percentage of .328, and a slugging percentage of .414. Keep in mind, if you have any notes for us that you'd like to email in, chathambroadcast@gmail.com is the email to send your notes to, questions, comments, concerns, anything you'd like to know about myself or Joe or the team, just let us know. Lawrence Gattens from Myerstown, Pennsylvania sends in, hey guys, thank you for an awesome season. Was up in Chatham for a week in July, but tuned in all the other weeks. We'll miss the broadcast. Best of luck in your future endeavors. Thank you so much, Mr. Gattens, and thank you for tuning in. Joe's got some more players down there. I believe it's some Clemson boys. Before that, one more email. Shirley Unsworth, another one of my grandparents. Thank you so much, Mrs. Unsworth, for emailing in. She says, congratulations for your team on a great broadcast season. We have enjoyed your fine descriptions and analysis. And, of course, we are proud of our very own Ian. Love you so much, Grandma. Kudos and high fives from the Utah family. Back to Joe Puccio. He's got more.
All right, Ian, we had a few Clemson guys. Oh, now Jake DeLeo left. That's unfortunate. Now we just got Clemson Tigers here. Cooper Engel and Caden Grice. Fellas, you were here for the first day of the season. We'll start with you, Cooper. What's it been like being here for these last few months?
Yeah, I think it's been awesome to meet a bunch of these guys, build a lot of relationships, pick coaches' brains about the game of baseball, hang out here, and get to meet guys like this and
build guys like Red Rocket,
build relationships that'll last forever, just stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, just going off what he said, just meeting guys like this. I get in the room with this kid right here.
The guys are the best. The guys are the best. We love the guys.
That's right.
We're getting everyone here.
He's lucky to have me as a roommate.
Yeah. And just having a lot of fun. I mean, we're out here playing baseball, and
the guys, you can't beat the guys.
But yeah, that's all I got.
No, but seriously, the guys. Like, the guys are the big part of this. Back to you.
Thank you, Rock. Appreciate that. So, let's just think, big takeaway that you learned from both baseball side and the non-baseball side that you learned here in Chatham.
The guys. I mean.
What about the guys?
I mean, it's just,
guys.
yeah,
the
guys.
That. It's just the guys.
It's just the guys.
The guys are cool.
Back to you, Ian.
What was the Ian? Not yet.
Not
this
so
is Joe.
Fast. Not so
but
fast.
he's for the guys.
We've got, let's see, we got 5 anglers here. I'm trying to get this entire
6.
interview. Oh, you guys, I'm an angler?
You're an angler.
Yes.
He's a guy.
Rock calls me a guy. So, quick question before we all go back, get some food here. What's one thing that you're going to take back home with you guys for your baseball seasons?
The guys.
The guys. Can I get one serious answer?
No. All right, the relationships we made with these guys.
There we go. All right. We got everybody here on Anglers Extra Post Game Show. Ian, just get the mic away from me.
All right, Joe, we're cutting you off for right now. The Anglers Extravaganza comes back to the press box and hopefully retains some semblance of professionalism. Joe is now shaking hands with everyone down there, so we'll go through a couple more emails. David McNeil writes, great call tonight from a couple of stand-up guys. Thank you for the shout-out to my son Brady earlier. David, thanks for your message, and we love everything about the Cape Cod Baseball League, including the inspiring figures that trot from sideline to sideline. Vic Roberts, our official scorer, choices. Vic says, you've just spent the day watching crabs walk sideways on Harding's Beach. You spent the entire evening calling a game that ran over 3.5 hours long. How do you stay awake as you drive home? Well, we have been extremely lucky, thanks to the Chatham A's and everyone involved, to find a host apartment right across the street. Joe and I have been extremely fortunate throughout this season to have plenty of support from all of the Chatham Athletic Association, and Dan Duva especially, guiding us throughout this season and the ups and downs, the twists and turns, and the improvement of broadcasting. And Dan has been a big help for all of us and a big help for the Chatham Athletic Association as well. Chatham beat YD 8-6 here at Veterans Field. This is the Anglers Extravaganza, the final post-game show of the 2022 season, almost approaching 11 o'clock Wednesday, August 3rd. Chatham, in the final game of the season with the win, improves to 15-20-9. The A's tie 2 other teams in 2011 and 1983 for the fewest wins in the Cape League's modern history. Chatham won today with 8 runs on 5 hits, 4 errors, and 9 men left on base. YD with 5 runs on 12 hits, 3 errors, and 10 men left on base. Joe's back on the field with Matt Hogan.
Ian, I'm back on the field here with Matt Hogan after Chatham's 8-6 win. Matt, you won another award before the game this season, just like you did last year. What did it feel to finally take home another award?
That felt really good. You know, I mean, it just shows that like sometimes people watch, I guess, what I'm doing, and I don't know. It felt really good. But I mean, honestly, what the award shows means a lot to me. It's just because like I like being around my teammates. I really do. I don't know. It means a lot to me. That's pretty much all I got.
This was your second summer here in Chatham. What did you learn this time around that maybe you didn't catch up on in your first year?
Probably. I think this year it was more so just kind of like figuring out like what I really want to do with baseball moving forward. You know, last summer when I was here, I was kind of just playing, trying to find myself again. And I think here it was more so I wanted to play to kind of find myself again and be that little kid out on the field again. And I think when I came back here, I really kind of got that feeling again.
How strong is the bond between you and your teammates?
I don't know, man. I don't know if I could really put that into words. That's why that award means a lot to me, because I mean that's a coach's award, but it's really what it represents is like good sportsmanship, which is inter-team culture and stuff like that. So to be called a good teammate is, for me, there's no better compliment in all of baseball than being called a great teammate. And honestly, these are some of the best teammates I've ever had. Like, I mean, you know, we're only here for about 2 months, and you know, it's a short season, but you get to know everyone's really quickly because, you know, some guys miss home. Some guys, you know, it's not that they don't want to be here, but it's just like in the back of their mind, they're thinking of their family back home who they haven't seen in 6 months. So when you come here, this is your family, and you kind of share that bond with them. You can be yourself. You can do whatever you want, and that's what I think makes this place so special is that, I mean, the instant bonds that you create with people are just so intense and so deep that, I mean, I know years down the road I can reach out to any one of these guys, and I mean, they'll respond in a heartbeat.
Over the last 2 years, is there a single moment that stands out to you as the best moment in a Chatham A's uniform?
There were a lot last year. I'm just going to go with this year's moment because it happened last night, and it was, you know, I mean, we found out mid-game that Orleans had won, and we knew we were getting eliminated from playoffs, and that sucked. But honestly, when I think it was Rock Riggio went up to Cooper and was like, yo, dude, use this 32-inch bat. And Cooper was like, no shot, I'm not using it. He's like, dude, trust me. Like, and he was doing this whole demonstration of like between a 33-inch bat and a 32-inch bat. And he's like, dude, listen, like, you're right here on that 33-inch bat. You got it caught off the handle. 32-inch bat, I swear you're going to barrel it up. Sure enough, next at bat, Cooper gets up there, and like we're all talking about it in the dugout, building it up. We're like, oh, he's gonna hit a bomb here. He's gonna hit a bomb here. Sure enough, boom, swing, home run. We take the lead. It was like, that was an electric moment. That was probably one of my favorite moments I've ever had in summer ball. Just because like, one, we were down. It had been kind of a sluggish game, and like we were kind of all angry that like nothing had gone right that whole game, and then finally we have this like funny moment in the dugout that just leads to like real success on the field, and it was phenomenal.
What's something that you're going to take away from the coaching staff from this season? What did you learn from them?
I mean, so much. I mean, I'd be here all night if I had to tell you everything I've learned. I mean, Coach Holliday to me is honestly like a guardian angel to me. I mean, like the guy is just out of this world amazing. He helps me with everything from, I mean, calling college coaches to, I mean, just helping me with my swing in between things, helps me get back to my normal. Like if I get too out of my head, too inside my head, he brings me back to earth. Helps me reset. Rusty was awesome. I mean, he just had so many great pointers about approach and getting up to the plate. Whistler was the man. I mean, he just helped me with everything. I mean, defensively, like that, I needed a good amount of help, and I mean, he helped me out with a bunch there. And then Travis was really awesome too the whole time. You may didn't hear too much about Travis, but Travis was awesome. I mean, he works on the field all day, nonstop, like every single day, and I mean, he just works his tail off. But I mean, he had just such great suggestions to me on, you know, how to improve my game. And then of course Cookie, he's the man. I love Cookie. I mean, he's a pitching coach. So for me and him, it was more so like, you know, conversations that were fun. So, but I thoroughly enjoyed everything here.
What's one thing you would tell someone playing for the Chatham A's next season?
Enjoy it. I mean, honestly, like I've been to many summer ball leagues, and like, the one thing I love most about this place is that, you know, it gives you that opportunity of a break just because, one, location-wise, you can go to the beach when you want to. You know, there's other things you can do on off days. you can really, and it's just such a good community. I mean, you can pretty much go anywhere at night and not really worry about anything. It's a very safe community, and like, I mean, the turnout at games is wonderful. I love this place with my whole heart. Like, I would love to come back here every single year if possible. I wish I'd came here after my senior year of high school because of how much I love this place. But, I mean, it's just, if I have one thing to offer them, it would just be enjoy it while you're here, because that's like, I mean, I cherish every moment here, and I think that's why I love it so much, is because, you know, getting to know your teammates, getting to know everyone from all these different schools. You hear things about different programs and different coaches, and some of it's funny, some of it's bad, some of it's just ridiculous, and some of the stories that you hear from other programs and whatnot, it's hysterical. But I mean, that's the thing, is just get to know people, talk to them, and really enjoy it.
Matt, thanks for the time as always.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
That's Matt Hogan on the Anglers Extravaganza. Ian, let's send it back up to you in the press box.
We're getting close to 11 p.m. on the East Coast. Wednesday, August 3rd marks the end of the 2022 Chatham A's season. The Anglers cap it off with an 8-6 win over YD. That was Matt Hogan just speaking with Joe Puccio, who's down on the field. I'm Ian Unsworth up in the booth. Joe is hunting for as many possible interviews. That's how we like to round out the season, allow the players, coaches, anyone else who'd like to sound off. And Matt Hogan certainly had an up-and-down season in Chatham. Began as an everyday starter in the outfield. Tom Holliday saying he loves how Hogan plays the game. Hogan called up manager Tom Holliday and said, hey, do you have any extra spots? I'd like to come back. And Tom Holliday said, get here right away. That's how Matt Hogan got a spot on the A's. He played solidly for about the first 2.5 weeks, dove for a ball in right field, and came up with an oblique injury. And throughout the rest of the season, Hogan tried his best to battle through that oblique, made spot starts in right and center field, and pinch ran when he could. And overall, Matt Hogan, a player that shows you the mental toughness and the fortitude that it takes to play college and maybe even professional baseball on a day-to-day basis. Joe Puccio's back on the field.
Ian, I'm here with Marcus Brown, the most outstanding player for Chatham this season. Marcus, you got that award before the game. How did it feel?
You know, it was a pretty cool honor. I'm not going to lie. You know, and I thank, you know, Tom, I thank Steve, I thank, you know, just all the guys that are part of this Anglers organization. You know, it's a really cool honor, and I'm just very, very proud to be a Chatham Angler.
How would you define this season?
You know, it's a season of ups and downs. There's the season of tying. But, I mean, I don't think I've been around a group of guys like this that have a love for the game and really are just passionate about baseball. You know, I think you really saw it down the stretch, especially in the second half of the season. You know, I think guys really put their heart out there, you know, trying to make this playoff push, and, you know, we just fell short. But, you know, at the end of the day, I thought we played great baseball, and we showed fans, you know, a really good time at the ballpark.
Matt Hogan talked to us about how strong the connection is between you guys. How tight-knit is this group?
You know, I think we're really tight-knit. You know, I know we had guys coming in and out, but, I mean, we welcomed them with open arms. But the guys that stayed here, you know, beginning to the end, I mean, we're really tight. I mean, these are guys that, you know, I'm going to be following for a long time. These are guys that are going to be playing the game for a really long time. So I'm just very fortunate and very blessed to have been around a group of guys like this, you know, led by some awesome coaches. So.
How was the summer for you personally?
You know, this summer for me personally, you know, this is a tough league, you know, obviously, and so it was more of a mental thing for me. It was really just kind of dealing with the ups and downs of the game. You know, I think that, you know, obviously this is more of a pitcher's league. You know, it's hard to hit, you know, for average in this league, and so, you know, learning to take the positives from your at-bats and learning to, you know, not worry about results and stuff like that, but really not carry, you know, your at-bats out into the field. And so that's the thing that I wanted to take pride in this summer, was just my defense and trying to be a sound shortstop and prove to, you know, people that I can play every day.
Off the field, what did you cherish the most?
You know, I just cherish the relationships with the people in the organization, the people on the team, you know, getting to go see a city that's, you know, awesome. I mean, beaches and just lots of stuff to do, just a great town with a lot of restaurants. I mean, it was just a great, phenomenal experience, and, I can't complain at all.
You play for Josh Holliday at school, play for Tom Holliday here. Any similarities, differences? What was that like?
You know, there's a lot of similarities there, but I mean, at the end of the day, they're just two great human beings. You know, I just really enjoy being around the Hollidays. They're just an outstanding family. You know, they have a lot of baseball history in there, and, you know, just know a lot about the game of baseball. And, you know, I look forward to going to the park every day to learn from guys like Josh and Tom, just because, you know, they know so much, and just their stories that they have around the game. You know, it's just phenomenal. I mean, I'm very fortunate.
What's one thing that this coaching staff taught you that maybe will resonate with you the most?
You know, I think it goes back to like a mentality and what I took away from the summer, you know, mentally. You know, I think just them telling me, hey, don't worry about results. You know, you hit balls hard, you know, but don't let it affect, you know, don't let your batting average affect, you know, who you are, you know, and it's really just not taking that out to the field and, you know, just stuff like that. So just the mental side of the game and taking positives from every game, you know, regardless if you go 0 for or 4 for 4, you know, just, you know, take the positives and just keep moving forward, because, you know, everyone knows that, you know, everyone belongs in this league, you know, and there's no person here, no batting average that, you know, takes away from any of that.
What would you tell someone playing for the Chatham A's in 2023?
Man, it's gonna be a whole lot of fun, you know. Don't worry about the results. Don't worry about all this and that. Like, have fun. You know, this is a very fun place. A lot of fun people. Just enjoy your time and enjoy the ones around you, because it ends really fast. And you know, I'm just very, very blessed to be a part of this organization.
Marcus, thanks for the time.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's the most outstanding player, Marcus Brown, on the Anglers Extravaganza. Ian, let's send it back up to you.
Marcus Brown finished the season with a perfect 1,000 fielding percentage. Brown had 90 assists, 43 putouts, turned 20 double plays. So in all, Marcus Brown had 133 total fielding chances and did not bungle a single one. For reference, former Chatham shortstop Jeremy Pena, who's now in the big leagues, had a fielding percentage about .950. And most of the Cape League shortstops struggle on these fields because of the rough terrain, the grass that's sometimes cut, sometimes not cut, the bumps, the rocks, the dirt in the infield. Things are difficult for shortstops, but Marcus Brown, time and time again, proved that his defense is unflappable, with plays in the hole, up the middle, smooth twists of two with Rock Riggio, Tommy Caulfield, Alex Uloa, and others. Rock Riggio and Marcus Brown, a dynamic duo up the middle. Marcus Brown, your Chatham A's 2022 Willard Nichols Most Outstanding Player. He played in 42, now scratch that, 43 of Chatham's 44 Cape League games. Started 41 of them. Brown showed up on opening day in T-shirt and shorts during batting practice, and he pinch hit late in the game. Brown had food poisoning one day. Could not play. He was sick as a dog in the dugout before batting practice, but he still made his way onto the field later on as a pinch hitter. Marcus Brown, certainly a great guy and a great player. After hitting .316 at Oklahoma State, comes to Chatham and leads the team with 33 base knocks in 141 at-bats before today's game. Tonight, Marcus Brown was 1 for 3 with an RBI double. He scored 3 runs, also reached on a walk and hit by pitch. We'll go through the highlights rather soon on the Anglers Extravaganza, the last post-game show of the year from the Cape Cod Baseball Network and the Chatham Anglers media team. Today, Chatham took down YD 8-6. The Anglers with 8 runs on 5 hits, 4 errors, and 9 men left on base. YD with 5 runs on 12 hits, 3 errors, left 10 men on base. PJ Labriola gets the win for Chatham after 2 2/3 of 1-run baseball, 2 hits and a walk, 3 Ks for the lefty headed to North Carolina State next year. Jake Gigliotti gets the loss with a 3-run bottom of the 5th. Just 1 hit, but he hit 2 batters, walked 1. Cooper Ingle drove in a run, and Will Butcher also brought in 2 Chuck Ingram, grounded out to the left side, and put Chatham ahead in that half inning. Matt Cavanaugh made the start for YD. He allowed 2 earned runs through 4 innings. Owen Stevenson allowed 4 earned runs through 4 innings on the Chatham side. Stevenson was hit around, an unusual sight for the righty from San Francisco. He allowed 9 hits, 4 earned runs, 3 of those coming off the bat of Braden Montgomery, the switch hitter from Stanford, who was dynamic with a 2-run blast and also an RBI on a chopper to first. Joe Puccio back on the field with Carlos Ray.
Ian, I'm here with Carlos Ray, Diamond Side at Veterans Field. Carlos, you were here since day 1. How's this summer been for you?
Awesome. Probably the funnest summer I've ever had in my life.
What made it so fun?
Everything, the camaraderie between the team, new guys coming in and out, and never skip a beat here.
How close was this team?
Very close. We were pretty much always together, always doing something, seeing each other at the gym, going to the beach, whatever it was, we were always together.
The month of June was a little tough for Chatham, but you guys came out of it in July with a few hot stretches. What was the cause of those hot stretches?
I think that was when we got our main group of guys and we really gelled together in that month and just took off from there. It was like nonstop. We were just hot and nobody could stop us.
How did you find a groove this season?
I started well, fell into a little slump, I guess you could say, and found my way out of it, just letting them put the ball in play and let my defense work.
How would you define your bullpen this season?
Chatham bullpen?
Yeah.
Strong, very strong. If you could put the bullpen together and make a collegiate team, you would see us in Omaha, no doubt.
What makes this Chatham experience so great?
Everything, from the interns to the team to Ian up in the studio, everything, the scenery, the beaches. You get to play in the best league in the country in front of a bunch of fans every night. Chatham's just a place to be, no matter where you go.
What did you work on the field this summer that is going to resonate with you this fall and upcoming spring?
Maturing a lot, learning to deal with adversity.
That's a pretty good answer right there, Carlos. So thanks for the time.
Of course, anytime. Go A's.
That's Carlos Ray on the Anglers Extravaganza. Thumbs up from Carlos Ray. Ian, let's send things back up to you.
Back to you, Ian.
Thank you, Joe and Carlos, for that well-placed insight. It's the Anglers Extravaganza. One last time, the last post-game show on the Cape Cod Baseball Network. It's almost time for the highlights here. Chatham takes down YD 8-6. PJ Labriola gets his first win of the Cape League season on the last game of the Cape League season. Post-game highlights presented by the Chatham Athletic Association. So it started off very early with scoring. Homer Bush, the leadoff hitter, singled on the very first pitch of the game, and 2 batters later, Braden Montgomery came up for the first of a couple good swings from the switch hitter from Stanford. He shakes off a sign. Full count, Bush on third. The pitch. Montgomery, broken bat, ground ball right side. Butcher fields, throws to the plate. It's over Hobson's head to the backstop. Bush scores. Montgomery goes to second. That's how the game got started. It was a sloppy game through and through. 7 total errors from both sides. That's made it 1-0 YD through the top of the first. And in the bottom half of the frame, Lyle Miller-Green with a response. We'll get that after the 3-1. Cavanaugh delivers. Miller-Green ropes a fly ball to deep left center field. Carrying back at the track. It's gone! Into the trees. Lyle Miller-Green with a solo shot ties the game up at 1 in the bottom of the first. His 3rd home run of the year. Miller-Green cranked it almost to over the top of the center field hill. That ball kept on going, and it made it 1-1 YD and Chatham after 1 frame. We go back to the other big bopper, Braden Montgomery, who after a Caden Connor 1-out double in the 3rd would put the Red Sox vying for first place in the East Division up. Stevenson looks at second, delivers. Montgomery cranks a fly ball to deep right center. Oh, that thing is long gone. Montgomery got a slider on the inner half and barreled it. Halfway up the hill next to Depot Road. Connor scores. Montgomery trots around the bases. It's 3-1 YD in the top of the 3rd. An early lead for the division leaders, and it looked like the offense wouldn't stop for the Red Sox, but Chatham's attack was resilient. Marcus Brown led off the bottom of the 3rd with a walk. Lyle Miller-Green singled. Cooper Ingle walked, and all Will Butcher do is put the ball in play. The 2-1 pitch. Butcher bounces it right side. Burnett fields, throws to second. Hayden to first. Double play, a run scores. (4-6-3), a clean turn from second to short to first. Marcus Brown comes in to score on the bouncer. 3-2 Yarmouth-Dennis, 2 outs. That made it 3-2 YD through 3 frames. Joe Puccio takes over on play-by-play, and he immediately got some action. Antilian led off the top of the 4th with a double, and after 2 outs, Homer Bush came up for his second single.
1-2. Punch the other way. Ulloa dives, can't make the catch. Gunnar Antilian comes home to score on an RBI single with 2 outs from Homer Bush. He's now 2 for 3 today and extends YD's lead to 4-2.
And 4-2 it would stay. Chatham went down 1-2-3 in the bottom of the 4th. That was the first 1-2-3 inning in the entire ball game. And then we head to the 5th, where Owen Stevenson left the ball game after a walk and a hit. P.J. Labriola came in, gave up a hit to Cole Carrig to load the bases. Things very sketchy for Chatham, already trailing by 2, but Labriola hunkered down. He struck out Woody Hayden looking, struck out Gunnar Antilian swinging, and Robbie Burnett came to the dish with 2 outs and 2 strikes on him.
Labriola with his glove to his chest. Comes set. 0-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. He got him. Labriola comes in, gives up a single to load the bases, and then strikes out the side.
Paul Labriola kept that YD lead at 4-2, and it would prove big because Chatham in the next half inning would get things going offensively. A new pitcher comes into the ball game, Jake Gigliotti, and Chatham jumps on him. Marcus Brown hit by a pitch with 1 out. Lyle Miller-Green walks, and Cooper Ingle singles. The bases loaded again for Will Butcher.
And home. 2-2 pitch. Hard ground ball right side. First baseman, he throws home. Proto can't scoop it. Run comes in to score. The ball is in Chatham's dugout. Time is called. Miller-Green crosses home plate. Tom Holliday, he's showing the home run sign.
He's telling every player to take an extra base. He's holding up a 2 to the umpire and pointing to his players to advance 1 more base. The ball went out of play, so that means there were runners on 2nd and 3rd for Chuck Ingram, with a chance to put the A's in front.
Second error for YD. Now both teams with 2 errors in the field. Gigliotti comes set, the 1-0. Hard ground ball to the left side. Few hops to the shortstop. Fires over to first. He gets Ingram, but Ingle comes home to score, and Chatham gets a 5-4 lead.
And that is a lead that Chatham would not give up for the rest of the ball game. The Anglers ended that inning with 3 runs on just 1 hit, an error, and left 2 men on base. Heading to the top of the 6th, we've talked a lot about Marcus Brown and his fielding percentage. It's perfect, by the way, still at the end of the year. And he showed off that web gem ability in the top of the 6th.
A ball in it, no strikes. The pitch. Line to the left side. Brown dives, makes the stop. Guns over to first. He got him! That is your most outstanding player. Marcus Brown keeps his perfect fielding percentage by snagging a hard-hit ground ball to his right. A sliding stop. Threw it over to first and got the final out.
And Marcus Brown's defense would lead to some more Chatham offense. And who else but Brownie himself. 2 walks led off the bottom of the 6th from Alex Ulloa and Anthony Nunez, and up came Brown, looking to extend that A's lead.
Ungerland's YD Red Sox. First pitch hit into left center field. Cole Carrig runs over in left center. He drops the ball. Ulloa comes home to score. Nunez hustles into third. He slides in safe. Marcus Brown sends one the opposite way. An RBI double for Chatham's shortstop. The party continues. 6-4 A's, bottom of the 6th.
Chatham would score 2 more runs. Nunez and Brown both coming in on sac flies, the first from Miller-Green and the second from Cooper Ingle. So 8 runs for Chatham and 4 for YD through 6 full frames. The Red Sox would get 2 more, one off the bat of Woody Hayden, who drove in Cole Carrig after a triple, and Braden Montgomery in the top of the 9th reached on an error and came in to score on a single. But overall, Chatham still with the lead, 8-6. Ben Hampton, the best pitcher in the Cape League strikeout-wise in the ball game, here to end things and end the season. Hayden punches a ground ball right side. Riggio sliding stop, bounce throw to first, gets past Grice. Lefty on lefty matchup, Chatham infield back. First pitch to Bovee. Called strike on the outer half. 86-mile-an-hour fastball. The A's outfield plays at normal depth. Anglers infield back behind the runners. Plays at any base. A 1 pitch. Breaking ball, bounce to the right side. Grice fields forehand side, flips to Hampton, who taps the bag and ends the ball game. Chatham ends the season victorious. An 8-6 victory over YD, who's tied for the division lead coming into today's game. The Anglers with 8 runs on 5 hits. A lot of opportunistic offense from the Chatham A's, taking advantage of 11 walks from YD pitching. Chatham finishes the season at 15-20-9, tying the record for fewest wins in Anglers history. 15-20-9, how the Anglers end the regular season. We're wrapping things up here on the Anglers Extravaganza. Chatham with an 8-6 victory over YD. Post-game highlights presented by the Chatham Athletic Association. Rejoined by Joe Puccio on the Anglers Extravaganza. Joe, the lines one more time. Chatham with 8 runs on 5 hits, 4 errors, and 9 men left on base. YD with 6 runs on 12 hits, 3 errors, and 10 men left on base. The winning pitcher, P.J. Labriola.
Yeah, he pitched 2 2/3, gave up 2 hits with a run that was earned, 3 strikeouts and a walk. Jake Gigliotti had the loss with 1 inning, gave up a hit, 3 runs, 2 of them earned, no strikeouts and a walk. You could just tell down on the field after the game, team's in good spirits, giving hugs, knowing that this could be the last time that they see these guys in person. But Marcus Brown, Rock Rizzio, they were telling all their teammates that we're going to follow your career because these are some memories and some bonds that can't be broken.
And great that Ben Hampton got to come in and get the save. Chatham's best pitcher all year. And even though it was a little rocky in the top of the 9th, Hampton still proved it why he was one of the best, a Cape League All-Star. An inning, 2 hits, 1 run not earned, and a strikeout for Ben Hampton to cap off the season. Joe, we've got some thank yous before we sign off for the last time. To the team itself, the players, the coaches, and baseball staff, thank you for allowing us and the rest of the Anglers media team to root around and be a part of this experience in 2022 to cover your stories, call the games, and be a part of what was hopefully a great summer. To the Chatham Athletic Association itself, to Steve West, the team president, Bob Sherman and Ed Baird, the treasurer, Stu Hesch, the assistant general manager, and Mike Galen, the general manager, along with all of the Chatham Athletic Association's directors and board members. Thank you for providing a foundation for such an incredible experience.
Yes, this has been an incredible experience for both of us being in the broadcast booth. Doing 44 games, well, 43 games this season was a total blast up here in the press box, and it was great to do it with you, Ian.
And all the supporters of the CAA as well. Our sponsors, especially sponsors on the broadcast like Chatham Bars Inn, Sweet Tomatoes Pizza, the Red Nun Bar and Grill, and the Chatham Squire. Thank you for helping us keep this thing afloat. This is the 20th season of Chatham A's baseball on TRZ Team Line. We want to give a great thanks to TRZ as well, Brian Scott, Tom Zanistowski, who both have been great helps to us throughout the season, supporting our streaming, our video, and everything that comes along with it.
Yes, it's been an awesome ride with you, Ian, having the support of not only the Chatham Athletic Association, but all of our sponsors as well. It makes it feel like a community aspect, and that's what summer baseball is all about.
To the press box crew, our PA announcer, Peter Burns, and all the official scorers and scoreboard operators who have come through Veterans Field, thank you so much for all of the help and the nitty-gritty work that you guys do. To our media team, I don't know how many times we can say thank you. Maddie Canning, our photographer, Griffin Hout, our videographer, Maddie Manoni, our other videographer who left slightly early, and Jake Klein, who does a little bit of everything here.
Yes.
Anish Vasudevan and Chris Blake, our writers, and last but not least, Joe, you.
Dan Duva.
Dan Duva as well. We already said a big thank you to Dan on the broadcast. He deserves as many thank yous as possible. But, Joe,
I mean, 20th season on the Cape Cod Baseball Network, that's not possible without Dan Duva and all of his support. So we truly appreciate Dan and everyone on the media team that made this season successful.
And it wouldn't be a season without you, Joe. I really appreciate all the hard work that you've put in and coming along with me. For those of you who don't know, if we haven't told the story, Joe came along in late March. I was brought on in early November, and I kind of knew that I was coming to Chatham, but Joe had other plans lined up, and at the last moment got a call from me and decided, hey, I'm going to flip a switch, take a risk, and throw out a line to Chatham, and luckily it all worked out. And
best decision of my life.
It's been a blast.
I'll tell you that, Ian. It's been a blast all summer long, and good thing we get to go back in the fall. So see you at the Q's, buddy.
We'll be at WAER and everywhere else on Syracuse University.
Z89.
You can find us there. A couple of personal thank yous for myself to my parents, Mom and Dad. You've been so much of a blessing and a help for me to make it through this summer. My girlfriend, Sophie, and her family for coming to visit, and all of my family around the world for listening and tuning in.
Mom, Dad, Allie, thanks for all of your support throughout the season. I'll be seeing you guys soon, but it wouldn't be possible, this entire experience wouldn't be possible without your gratitude and letting me live on Cape Cod for 2 months. I know all of you are jealous, so we'll try and get you back out here next year.
For the last time of the 2022 season, Joe Puccio and I are signing off. Chatham finishes the year 15, 20, and 9, last in the East Division. The Anglers tied for the fewest wins in the modern history, but finishing things out with a win, 8-6 over YD. So, for Joe Puccio, myself, Ian Unsworth, and the rest of the Anglers media team, good night one last time from Veterans Field. Enjoy the rest of your summer.
Chatham Anglers Baseball 2022 has been brought to you by the Chatham Squire, Sweet Tomatoes Pizza, the Red Nun Bar and Grill, Short and Sweet Ice Cream, Cape Cod 5, Audio Associates, the Chatham Bars Inn, and by the Chatham Athletic Association.
Chatham-based baseball, sports radio, play-by-play, summertime on Cape Cod.
This has been an exclusive presentation of Chatham A's Baseball on TRZ Team Line.
Chatham on TRZ.